Welcome. 2020 marks the 29th anniversary of the Fort Omaha Intertribal Powwow, which started in 1992 as a small celebration uniting Metropolitan Community College, Nebraska Indian Community College, and their surrounding neighborhoods, has grown into a cherished annual gathering of thousands from across the Midwest. While we wish we could be together in person this year, I welcome and thank you for joining us virtually. Special thanks to the cultural experts, artists, and technicians who have prepared a full agenda that contributes to the college's mission of delivering relevant, student-centered education to a diverse community of learners. Enjoy the day and stay safe.
Ladies and gentlemen, we want to say thank you, appreciation to the president of the Metropolitan Community College, Randy Schmazel, for the welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 29th anniversary of the Fort Omaha Virtual Intertribal Powwow, Metropolitan Community College. Ladies and gentlemen, you're here for the virtual, as we all know what's happening today in the world with the COVID-19 pandemic and everything taking place today. You know, we made some adjustments this year. I want to say thank you to the committee, Barbara Velasquez, and all the group and the committee for bringing this event live to each and every one of you during this time of the pandemic. My name is Whitney Rencounter II. I come from the Hunkpati Dakota Oyate, also known as the Crow Creek Sioux Tribe, and it's my honor and a privilege to welcome each and every one of you to the virtual edition of the Fort Omaha Intertribal Powwow celebration right here in conjunction with the Metropolitan Community College. We thank each and every one of you for being with us here today. We have a great lineup, and I want to give a shout out here, ladies and gentlemen, to our spiritual leaders, Eugene Papin, the Omaha Tribe of Nebraska, and Dr. Rudy Mitchell, Omaha Tribe of Nebraska and Iowa. Also, our arena director, Mr. Steve Tamayo, he's Chango Lakota. You'll be hearing from him today. The head man dancer, Carlos Banali. Also, head lady dancer, Lestina Saul Beltran, Sisseton Dakota Oyate. Our host drum this year, Upstream Singers, Rapid City, South Dakota, head singer Izzy Tamayo. We also want to say thank you to our host, Southern Drum. Want to going down here to the Whitetail Boys as we go through forth with them. And then thank you to the head judge, Princess Contest, Wia Edwards, Lakota and Omaha. We want to say thank you to Rebecca Slichting. Also, the Princess Crown was created by her from the Iowa Tribe of Kansas and Nebraska. We want to say thank you to our study circle leaders, Colette Yellow Robe, PhD, Northern Cheyenne Tribe of Montana Academic Retention Specialist, SS Trio Programs, University of Nebraska-Lincoln, Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, Elevating the Narratives of Awareness and Acknowledgement and Action and Accountability. Megan Schnichter Bullbear, Chichango Lakota Medicinal Herbs. Want to say thank you to BNSF Railway Foundation and Nebraska Arts Council and the Nebraska Cultural Endowment. And at this time, ladies and gentlemen, before we move any further, we ask that you please remove your headgear as we go forth to our prayer. And we're going to be welcoming in our spiritual leader here, Eugene Papin. And we got just a little update there on the whole Southern Drum. It is the horse. They are the updated Southern Drum this year. Virtual, things get virtual on us. We make those changes, but that's the way it is. Thank you, Barbara, for sending me that. And ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to go to our spiritual advisor, spiritual leader here, Eugene Papin of the Omaha Tribe of Nebraska, to start things off and with the opening prayer.
Omaha Wajawa Iteltan Kate Omaha Kilo Kate Wajawa Te Itea Shaka Liashiga Committee Kake Oshka Ida Itela Itiwaho away Barbara Vesquez got Wepahonga. Kaka Nyashiga Committee. Walagishtablay walagiet. Kaka Oshka Ida, she ought Ida Gachtai. Kitadi Huakoda Shadiashiga Egate Atitam said Tade will do with the shit. Kitadi Huakoda Nyashiga Laewalagi. Kidiashiga Iti Dubashe Walla Tam. Nyashig sa Hoka Nyashig. Tama. She Nyashiga not take them. Hiroshka not take them. She said, she Kagaha O Chigahalada. Friendship bets. So, wow. No. Wahuka. Kagetati Hawakala. She won on them. Wow, okay. Idi Uheli the Tamda. Tadi Hawakanda. Said Wakonda la Kilete. She Lino Wakonda. She La Home Waleni. Kagwa Uheli Tamda Hawakanda. Que da lae wala gie. So dia shigita de Wakanda. Like a deal with all mask. Said, oh, okay, go in there. Ya shekhin skamba viral disease. Kage. Ihe Olo ikkuhaga idilbara o kidade huakoda niashigdwa laewalagi ya sege oke gati igashno maliwala kidade huakoda so gatego dade huakoda Omaha niashiga awagi wahai ki gatega tak da dehu wakada she said committee members got the ashigabo waligira oshka got leto waligira ite so walagistam laewa tushita walagistam laewa lagi se grube hechte niashi Shete Malite Lai Walagiet Gaga O Kega Shete Igas da Malia Wala Kid. She got taken the day who was good. So Leashik Omaha Leashik O Keita Leashik Shete Leashik Hiaska Ekitach so Walagistam Laya Wage. Got taken the deal. It has shaken usually to Akiwa. Jega Awakiwa Wahala shaking. Joao Gigger the deal of God. So we toast, but away the Ogudista body. Sugar Walakistam Lava Awakiwa the deal of God. Got taken the deal of God. Jile ho wakoda drink Jesus wadi wala amen. Take it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we want to say thank you to our spiritual leader, Eugene Papan, the Omaha tribe of Nebraska, and also say thank you to Rudy Mitchell, Omaha Nation of Nebraska and Iowa. We appreciate their assistance and making sure that we send our voice to the Creator. Before we have any of our events, we always want to make sure that we share things in this way, and we appreciate those relatives for kicking things off in a good way. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 29th anniversary of the Fort Omaha, this year being the virtual Intertribal Powwow, the Metropolitan Community College. I want to say thank you to Barbara and all the head staff as we made mention of them, and thank you to all the good folks that are tuned in live on YouTube and the live broadcast here. We appreciate your support and coming on and joining us here today as we go through. The good thing is that everybody's safe from this coronavirus, the COVID-19 that has really cut this year's powwow back to a virtual edition. But the good news is we're all staying safe. And we once again want to say thank you to the BNSF Railway Foundation and the Nebraska Arts Council, the Nebraska Cultural Endowment. The Nebraska Arts Council is a state agency, ladies and gentlemen, and has supported these programs throughout this matching grants program funded by the Nebraska legislature and also as the National Endowment for Arts and Nebraska Cultural Endowment. Visit www.nebraskaartscouncil.org for more information on how the Nebraska Arts Council can assist your organization or however you can support the Nebraska Cultural Endowment. The 2020 powwow theme is Hear Our Voices. Committee selected the theme to call attention to the murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls. The study circle, this is an opportunity for the audience members to listen to and ask questions of Native and with expertise on a special topic. For the virtual powwow, questions can be posted to the Facebook page and will be shared with the study circle leaders for the post powwow follow-up. Also, I'm sure you could post those into the YouTube comments as well. Also, the web page of the craft vendors and the nonprofit organization is available. Address will be provided if you look in the links and maybe in the comments. Look on the page and the group event page. I'm sure they'll be up for at least 30 days post powwow. We want to encourage our audience members to check out these vendors and nonprofits. The live participation over the years of the vendors and the nonprofits is appreciated by our audiences. We acknowledge the difficulties and the pandemic has created for the businesses and also have offered all publicity free this year and so on. So we want to remind you to go check out those vendors, show your support, ladies and gentlemen, and we look forward to talking with each and every one of you in this way, learning from the displays of the future, so on and so forth. And also we want to say thank you, ladies and gentlemen, as we go through, we want to take a look at possibly as we go through the comments and the interactions, there will be possibly some selection of winners that can win powwow t-shirts and other giveaway items throughout the event. So we just want to make mention of that. And I'm sure Barbara and I and the crew will have those discussions as we move forward. A little bit of the history of this powwow, ladies and gentlemen, the Fort Omaha history. Ponca Chief Standing Bear was detained in the Fort Omaha Guard House during the 1879 trial, which resulted in a court decision and established Native Americans as human beings with civil rights under the U.S. law. Historians believe that 29 other Poncas also resided in tents on the Fort Omaha parade ground during Chief Standing Bear's trial. Visitors of the Fort Omaha campus can see a memorial to Chief Standing Bear. A direct descendant of Chief Standing Bear, Mr. Richard Lastly, shares a few words about the history in a video. So, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate that as well. Metropolitan Community College's Emergency Medical Services and Paramedicine program provides first aid and emergency care at the powwow each and every year, ladies and gentlemen. So we want to give them recognition and a shout out, special recognition of them as well. At a live powwow, visitors are welcome to explore the ambulance and learn about the EMT and paramedicine courses offered at the college. Dr. Craig Jacobus. All right, it's a good name. I like those tough names to pronunciate. Sounds like a great fella. EMS paramedic instructor described as the care provided to powwow attendees and also the value that this powwow has as a learning experience for the MCC instructors and students. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, we also have an online evaluation for this celebration that is posted on the event page and other pages. And I'm sure we'll be posting that in the chat and so on and so forth. It is on the website, the web page that was created for this powwow. So go check that out as well and fill out the evaluation to be entered into a drawing for a star quilt that was created here by Twyla Emmy of the St. Charles, South Dakota. You must include your name and phone number in order to have a chance to win the star quilt. We need to show this beautiful star quilt various times throughout the powwow. And, so ladies and gentlemen, pay attention, watch for that as well. Evaluations are online on the website that was created once again. And the quilt is a top prize, but we'll also have other prizes for this drawing as well. The Fort Omaha Intertribal Powwow Committee membership is open year-round, and members can participate through the phone or virtual communication. Contact powwow@mccneb.edu for more information, ladies and gentlemen. Over the years, the Metropolitan Community College students and staff have created items that have been positive learning experiences and enhanced the powwow. For example, construction technology, students and faculty created the benches for dancers. Welding technology, students and faculty created flag poles, stands. Art and sociology students and faculty created a winter count buffalo robe on permanent display at the campus. Also, recognizing special visitors on behalf of the Powwow Committee, we miss seeing everybody who comes to the powwow each year, from the tiny tots to the elders, from the neighbors down the street to guests traveling from afar. We appreciate the support of educational institutions who send their students to explore at our celebration, attend study circles, or complete academic projects. For those natives who cannot travel to different reservations, we are honored that you look forward to this gathering annually, and thank everyone for their contributions. Thanks to those who have introduced your family members into the powwow arena at our site and honored us with a variety of special ceremonies. To all of you, we have great expectations for our next visit in person at the 30th anniversary Fort Omaha Intertribal Powwow in September 2021. Please follow mccneb.edu/powwow for the developing details. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, it gives me great privilege and honor as we recognize some of the relatives that have gone on. And we want to say thank you to the committee for putting this together. As we honor them, we want to say thank you to the Upstream Drum Group. Once again, Izzy Tamayo and company, as they honor significant contributors to the Fort Omaha Intertribal Powwow who passed in 2020. We're going to pay recognition to Joni Stinson, Muskogee Creek Nation, a craft vendor, Ron Gombe, Kiowa, and Powwow Committee member and craft vendor. Also Wanda Redwing, Powwow Committee member and craft vendor. Donnell Keeler, the Crow Creek Hunkpati Lakota Oyate, as well as Jeanette Clark. We're going to go into that at this time, ladies and gentlemen, as we remember and recognize our relatives. So anytime you're ready, we're going to head on over here to Upstream Drum Group.
Hey!
right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you to the Upstream Singers for that beautiful song. Definitely important to remember our relatives once again, remembering Joni Stinson, Muskogee Creek Nation, Ron Goombay, Kiowa, also a Powwow Committee member and craft bender, and also remembering Wanda Redwing, former Powwow Committee member and craft bender. Remembering relative from the Hunkpatu Dakota Oyate, the Crow Creek Sioux tribe, Darnell Keeler. And also remembering Jeanette Clark, Omaha, 2004 Fort Omaha Intertribal Powwow Princess, sending condolences and support to each and every one of their family members. We want to say thank you. We appreciate their attendance and their participation and support of this Fort Omaha Intertribal Powwow. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go on over here to the reigning Powwow Princess of the Fort Omaha Intertribal Powwow Metropolitan Community College. We're going to go to the Omaha Nation representative, the reigning Princess Naomi Ike, as we hear from our princess at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, anytime you're ready, Naomi.
Hello, my name is Naomi Ike. My Indian name is Mihusa. I reside in Omaha, Nebraska. I come from the Omaha tribe. I hope you are all safe and healthy and practicing social distancing. Make sure to wear a mask in this hard time. I was excited and thankful to be chosen to be Princess of 2019-2020 Metro Community College Powwow Princess. With the help of my parents, I was able to travel to many powwows. I did my best to represent the community college powwow. I would to encourage all the girls to try out to the virtual Powwow Princess. It was an exciting, honorable experience. Be proud and represent who you are. Be safe. Be Buha.
Salagadoola, menchikaboola, bibbidi bobbidi boo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, virtual round of applause to our reigning Powwow Princess, the Fort Omaha Intertribal Powwow. Thank you to Naomi Ike for your representation and pageantry and sharing all of your appreciation for this celebration. It's always great to hear from you. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to go on over here to a special individual to help bring us through the grand entry of the celebration. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be going here to Steve Tamayo, who's going to share with us a little bit as we move forward, moving into this next segment. We have Steve Tamayo, a relative that has been given support and direction throughout the powwow celebration, as we hear from a relative here from the Sichahu Lakota Oyate. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us here at the Fort Omaha Intertribal Powwow. As we head on over here, ladies and gentlemen, stand by. Mr. Steve Tamayo, you're on the air.
So far, Paul or something or another, whenever I call your name, Mountain Bucks, I know that. Musquat. Okay, gentlemen, you're dismissed. Thank you for that there. Dancers, stay where you're at. I'm going to introduce Eugene Papan here. He's been asked to share the prayer today, opening prayer.
Ametakipi, a petikinle mechanteta wogla ke hanapi choose apula. The macha sichongo lakote chaletiwahi ta sampe oyanke. My name is Steve Tamayo. I'm a member of the Rosebud Sioux tribe. My family comes from a small community called Milks Camp on the Rosebud Reservation. So this video is to take part and coincide with the Metropolitan Community College Fort Omaha virtual intertribal celebration. This is our 29th year. And so by discussion, this video is about the position and staff member as the arena director. And so back in the late 1700s into the 1800s, there was policies and acts created to aimed at acculturation and assimilation for indigenous nations into the European and American society. And so what this means was there was acts and policies carried out against indigenous nations all over a place that we call Kiamakoche, which is Turtle Island, which is the United States. And so it was against the law for us to practice our ceremonies, to conduct our rituals that needed to take place monthly. And so it also prohibited us from singing and dancing and having these celebrations. And so it wasn't until 1978 when they finally passed the Native American Religious Freedom Act that this actually allowed us to participate and conduct our ceremonies that needed to take place. And so we have a lot of our ancestors that actually had to go underground. They had to practice these ways in the canyons and at night just to keep our culture and our languages alive. And so because of these restrictions, you know, it's had a huge impact on indigenous nations all over the country. Back in 1870s up until 1920s, there was this young gentleman by the name of Wild Bill. He actually he created the Wild West shows. And so this allowed us to openly practice our songs and our dances. He took this Wild West show all over the world to show people about the indigenous people that were still here. And so, most part, we're really happy that this took place because it allowed us to sing and dance once again. And so during this practice, you know, it was after these shows that the powwow actually originated, that you know of as today. And so prior to that, we would explain the exploits and deeds carried out in villages. Long ago, when we had our changleshkas, our huichotes, which is our camp circles, after hunts and raids, we would come back. And so we would explain to the people what had taken place outside of the village, outside of the circle. In doing so, we would reenact inside of the village, usually around that fire, so that it allowed time for these songs to be created to incorporate our specific names of acts of valor. And so we would reenact once again what had taken place outside of the village. And this is how the powwows actually began long ago. It was the interpretation of dance, of exploits and deeds carried out. A lot of our women would circle around on the outside and just watch their uncles, their dads, their brothers, their grandfathers take place in this reenactment, and they just stood in place in a stationary position and would just dance in place, just bobbing up and down. And so this is how our powwows started long ago. And then here comes Wild Bill, who created this procession, this getting in order, getting in line of coming in like a parade. And so this is how that became part of our circle. In 1920s, this is the start of our powwows that you know of today. And so today we have contest powwows all over the country. We have them all year round, from January all the way up until December. And so quite often today we celebrate a lot of like New Year's Eve powwows, Christmas powwows, you know, and everything in between. But for us as individual nations, we also have these huge celebrations of harvesting, of homecomings, like the whole chunk relatives here in Nebraska. And so this fall time is a very special time. The originators of this dance are here in the Omaha territory. And so I live in Omaha, Nebraska. This is the lands of the Omaha people. And so understanding the importance of the Helushka, the Hetushka, and how that Hetunga, that circle, became a part of our way of life, of understanding the valor, understanding the importance of our warrior societies. This is how this took place long ago. And so today, you know, up in Macy, Nebraska, this is one of the oldest celebrations in the country. They are the originators of that Helushka, of that Hetushka dance. And so that's how important that is, and that we understand the importance of that. For the Omaha people, they're very strict on how they run their celebration. You come in that east gate, you complete that entire circle, and you leave from that east gate. There's no exiting or cutting over across the powwow arena or nothing like that. No dogs are allowed, no food, no drink. They're very strict on how they run their circle. And so I always had much respect for the Omaha people because of keeping up with the old traditions. And so they have one individual usually assigned, and he's known as the whip man. And he's in charge of that circle. And of course, we always have and always have had what we call a yapaha. A yapaha is the town crier. Back in the day, you know, it wasn't uncommon for the town crier to actually get on a horse and ride through the village and explain the activities that were going to take place that day. And so this position still exists today. We just call him the Master of Ceremonies, the MC. The MC has the understanding and the voice of the people. He understands how specific that celebration is per nation, per people. And so he brings across a very clear message. And so today, you know, it's quite common for us to gather and gather as many people in our community as possible. This is called a powwow committee. The powwow committee's responsibility is actually find and select all the people that need to fill this staff position. And so our staff today consists of the MC, the Master of Ceremonies. It consists of finding our host Northern Drum and our host Southern Drum. It consists of us finding the best head man dancer available, and also the best head lady dancer to represent all of our indigenous women out there. But we also have other staff members that we call a drum keeper. The Omaha people have a very specific person that is kind of labeled as the water boy or the water runner, and he makes sure that everybody has that medicine, that water that our singers need out in the center, that our dancers need around that hetunga. So that's how important that role is. We also have individuals selected as the mic runner. And then, of course, we find and try to fulfill that position as the arena director. And so the arena director has to understand protocol and etiquette of that very specific region of where that celebration is taking place. And so, you know, we are totally different as indigenous nations all across the United States. What identifies us is our language, our customs, our adornment, our traditions. And so even though we are the same, we are not the same. And that's the message I want to try to relay to our audience today. And so the arena director is in charge of that circle, of that changleshka, of that hetunga. And so he has to understand the importance of the songs that are sung. And they have to be appropriate songs, because we have many different categories today. For our women, We have our northern and southern traditional, buckskin and cloth. We also acknowledge all of our jingle dress dancers and the history and the origin of that jingle dress as a healing dance of the Anishinaabe people and how that came to the people and has spread throughout the world. We also acknowledge all of our fancy shawl dancers. This is one of the original dances created by the Lakotas up in the Black Hills of Hesapa. And so understanding these, I have to, as an arena director, I have to be very clear to our singers and ask for a round dance, a straight song, a two-step, ipsi wachi. We also need sidestep songs, crow hops, old styles, double beats. And so these are very important to understand the difference of these songs, because we need to select and have these singers sing the most appropriate songs for our dancers. For a lot of our dancers, this is a way of life for them. This is how they live. And so you want to give them the best shot possible. And by doing so, that arena director has to be extremely knowledgeable of the drums that set up around that circle. Are they southern? Are they straight? Are they northern? Our songs are very specific. And so all these songs coincide with all of our females. Our male dancers, the singers have to understand all of our straight songs for all three categories, our traditional, our grass, and our fancy. But we also have to throw in our sneak ups, our crow hops, our double beats. We would have these bone breaker songs that they call them for our grass dancers. And even our old style grass dance songs, compared to our contemporary songs. And so this is how important this is. Even all of our fancy dancers, this dance originated from Oklahoma. And so are they going to sing that southern style ruffle dance song, or are they going to sing a northern straight? And so this is how complicated this actually gets. And so when you hear these songs, everybody's like, oh, I think these songs all sound the same. But to the trained ear, they can tell you what songs these actually come from. And so even though I don't speak 600 different languages, I know the appropriate beats. I know the drum groups. Are they northern drum group or southern drum groups? And are they knowledgeable enough to sing and select the best song for our dancers at that time? Because once again, we have two different styles of traditions of our powwows that exist today. We have our contest powwows where a lot of people dance for cash, prize money. Even material items are gifted by families and their specials because they're honoring relatives, their deceased relatives, their relatives that are making their way. The present day relatives and for accomplishment carried out are for new relatives coming to us, to the different nations. And so this is how important this all is. And so, as the arena director, once again, you have to understand protocol and responsibility and etiquette that exists in every single circuit. One of the other responsibilities for our arena director is to really understand the different types of feathers that exist, to understand the importance of taking care of that circle. And so, I've been an arena director for many, many years. I started at this powwow called Blue Earth Powwow Celebration in Council Bluffs, Iowa, some 25, 30 years ago. It's been a long time. I forgot how long it's been. And so I've traveled all over the country because I've been asked to be an arena director and take part and take care of different circles all over Indian country. I've been, all over Iowa, to Credit Island, I've been all over South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas. And so I've been asked to partake and help out with these circles all over the Midwest. So it's been really cool. It's also an honor for me to be asked to go. And so behind me, I have staffs behind me. And so the staff that I carry when I'm asked to be arena director is my family staff. It's a veteran staff. Every single feather on this staff represents a deceased veteran from my community of Milks Camp, South Dakota. And so I never bring this staff out unless I'm asked to be on staff, or if my takoja, if my grandson Izzy is asked to be, head man dancer or host drum, something like that, then I'll bring my staff there just to acknowledge our relatives and our sense of belonging of where we come from. And that's how important that is. But it's also acknowledging and honoring all of our veterans from the past to the present day and the future. And so we are a warrior society. We understand the importance of the Akichita Okola Kichai, how important that warrior society actually is. And so we honor our relatives, all of our females and our males who have partaken in conflicts of war all over the world just to protect us and to keep us safe. And so we have a lot of respect for all of our veterans. And so understanding, the importance of this position. As arena director, I have to understand the importance of the veterans within that community. We start that day at 9 o'clock in the morning with our flag raising ceremony. Sometimes, some celebrations, as soon as that sun comes up, they're raising those flags to honor, once again, our deceased veterans. And so during the day, sometime that day, that family who brought that flag to represent and honor that relative will often have a feed. We'll gift the people, we'll gift the Powwow committee for allowing them to honor their relative once again. And so that's just the first part of the day. And so I have to make sure that I have a drum group that understands the importance of whosever flag we're flying that day. They have to understand what branch of military that individual served in. And so we have very specific songs today that not only acknowledge all of our old warrior societies, but each branch of the military today. And so that's how important that is. And so then we have breakfast, we feed the people, we start the day off. And so that's how we begin our day at our powwow celebrations. Usually at noon to 1 o'clock, that's grand entry time. That's when all of our dancers line up. And so once again, as the arena director, I have to line up all of our male dancers first. We bring in the oldest style of dance, which is known as our men's northern tradition and southern tradition. So all of our traditional dancers come in first. And then right after them are our grass dancers, and then our fancy dancers. And this is how that dance came to the people in that chronological order, just like our females. Then I call upon all of our female traditional and southern dancers to lead in all of our women. And then here comes that jingle dress once again, and that fancy shawl. And then that's our adult category. And then I have to break it down into our teenagers, and then our little ones, and then the last ones to come in are our tiny tots. And so when I run powwows, I like to flip it. Sometimes I'll bring in our color guard, right? First and foremost, that's who leads the procession. And so right after them, I'll bring in our head staff, our head man, our head lady, and then bring in all of our little tiny tot dancers to acknowledge the importance of that next generation. And so bringing in our tiny tots, shows the people that we are still here. We're still dancing, we're still celebrating, and that's how important that is. And so for all the moms, dads, aunts, uncles, grandmas, grandpas that are out there reinforcing and strengthening that circle, I want to say, Pilami Apolo, thank you for that. And so understanding the importance of that, that's how we bring in our dancers. But once again, I have to make sure that the powwow grounds, there's no holes out there. Because when they're dancing around, even at the nighttime, anything can happen to our dancers. And the last thing I want them to do is to twist their ankle or break their leg or break their foot or whatever. And so I make sure that all of the holes are filled up in that circle. I make sure that there's no trash out there. I make sure that there's nobody, once again, eating or drinking or being disrespectful to that circle. And so once again, the Omaha people, this is where my teachings began. And so, I have much respect for the way that they run that Hedunga, that circle of life, and how strict they are. And I understand why these things do exist. And so, once again, as our dancers are dancing, I have to be aware, and I can never leave that circle because sometimes items just fall off. The buckles break, the strings, just snap. And so I have to be aware and cautious of what exists out there And so if something falls, I have to make sure to run out there and pick these things up. But another thing, you know, for us to honor our dancers is to give money, is to give blankets and shawls. It's not uncommon when our dancers are out there dancing around, you know, and being who they are, that if they have a fan base out in that circle, that they have relatives out there that really like the way that individual dances. So they'll come out and they'll throw a blanket down, they'll throw a shawl down. And so it's that dancer's time to just dance right over that stuff. Even money, we throw that mazurka out now because it's a way to honor that individual. And we have more respect for that individual and their way of dance than we do for that money. And that's why we throw money out there. And so it's my job as arena director to make sure that arena is clear once again. And so I go and collect and harvest everything that's placed out there. And then what I do is I always try to find elders, little grandmas out there. And I give them that money or shawls or blankets just to show respect for all of our females and the hardships they had to endure. And being the life givers that they are, you know, this is how we pay respect to them. And so that's what I do with those items. But every now and then we have some of our dancers that might lose their plumes, that might lose one of their feathers off their bustles, off of their trailers, off of their head roach, off their pesha. And so depending on what happens there and whose feather that is, I have to be respectful for that family, for that tribe. And so I usually have a hat, cowboy hat that I usually have with me when I'm the arena director. I always have a bag of called chanli, or pejihota, or rachaga, which is our sweetgrass, or hante blasca. It's the sage, it's the sweetgrass, the tobacco, the flat cedar. And I go out there and I sprinkle these plants on that feather, on that plume, and I place my hat over it so the wind doesn't take it, so nobody steps on it or dances on it. And so I signal towards my MC to stop that song, to halt that song. And usually we will clear that arena, and whoever feather that is will stand next to me. And so what I do is I try to find a spiritual person, a spiritual being, one of our medicine people. Or else if it's a plume, I try to go find a respectful grandma, a dancer, a sun dancer, to come out and help that individual pick up that feather, that plume. And so in doing so, it's up to the families to decide what do they want to do with that. With our belief, most of us believe that that spirit of that bird wanted to leave and go on. And so we pass that feather on to somebody else in that arena, that circle. And so some people, you know, we have feathers that are hundreds of years old, and they're, you know, grandparents and great-grandparents and great-great-grandparents. And so they'll take that feather home. And sometimes some of our relatives will actually burn that feather. Some will bury it. Some will just let it go. And so once again, that's up to the individual. It's not up to me as the arena director. I'm just there to assist that family in doing so. And so once again, you know, there's a lot of responsibility that is placed upon individuals. Once again, understanding the importance of that drum, the appropriate song, how many singers are actually there to stop a lot of our drum hopping that exists today. We have to respect Grandpa. And that's that Changleshka, that Chanchega. That's the circle, that's the drum. And that's what I mean by that. And so I'm not here to disrespect anybody. I'm here to explain these cultural teachings that were gifted to me by elders, by our grandmas and our grandpas. And so this is the message I'm trying to relay to the next generation of how important that position actually is. And so, you know, we're in our 29th year for Metropolitan Community College. We call this an Oshkate. It's a celebration of way of life. It's reinforcing that circle, that Changleshka. This powwow has been taking place, you know, for 29 years at Metro. And so for those of you who don't know, Fort Omaha was a fort for Western expansion. It was built in the 1860s. And so they needed a place to house a lot of their equipment for Western expansion once again. And so there was jail cells there. They did imprison a lot of our relatives, indigenous relatives. Standing Bear and his band that left Oklahoma and came home, they were placed there. And so, you know, we know the importance and the history of Fort Omaha and all the forts all across the nation. But for us, we're turning a bad place into a good place. And so, you know, a long time ago, this little grandpa in this community by the name of Wendell Birdhead came up with this idea of creating this powwow. And so the powwow committee started seeking out individual, knowledgeable people about this way of life. And this is where they found one of my greatest teachers, my brother. His name's Howard Wolf. And with the understanding of the cultural importance and traditions passed down to Howard Wolf, this is why they sought him out to be a consultant for that intertribal celebration. And so Howard took me to that powwow meeting a long, long time ago. And so I learned how to run these powwows by listening to him. And so if you want to learn about this way of life, you need to sit down and you need to listen. And so that's the most important thing. This way of life is very important to a lot of our indigenous relatives, but it's about commitment. It's about perseverance. It's about understanding the traditional teachings of all these indigenous nations. And so I run powwows very different than most people, but this is how I was taught. And so listening to Howard Wolf, listening to Lekshi Albert Whitehat Sr., and helping me and guiding me in that Changleshka and that Heitunga, this is why I am in this position that I am today. And so, you know, I left here a long time ago. I came back to Omaha about 5 years ago. And so, you know, I kind of jokingly talked to the relatives here, and I kind of left as a Ikchia Wichasha, as just a common man, and that's what I still am today. But I came back as a grandpa. And so some people call me an elder, but that's something I never call myself. And so for those of you who understand the importance of that, I say Pilami Apala, and understanding how important this Wichone is. This Wichone is about a way of life. Echala Wichozeniki. And this is about being healthy and understanding the importance of that circle and these cultural teachings. And so once again, you know, I'm making this video for Metropolitan Community College to celebrate our virtual powwow of 2020. And so hopefully this will help the powwow committee. It will help understanding the importance of just one position in that Changleshka, in that circle. And so once again, you know, my hat's off to each and every one of you for being selected as staff members all throughout Indian country on Turtle Island, because there is a lot of responsibility given to us. And so we try our best. And so I want to thank you once again for viewing, for sitting in, listening to me talk about this way of life. And so once again, you know, my hat's off to all of my elders, my teachers. And so all of the people who I've crossed paths with, that I've made relations, you know, all across Turtle Island. Say Pilami. And once again, you know, next year I'm looking forward to our 30th annual celebration, Oroshkate. And so I want to acknowledge the lady that's been there since day one, and that's Barbara Velasquez. And so without Barb and her commitment and perseverance of understanding the importance of this and finding the specific people, the most qualified people to bring to our staff year after year, you know, I have much respect for you. I want to say thank you. You know, from the community, from Indian nations all over the place. And so thank you once again. Till we meet again.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we want to say thank you to our arena director, Mr. Steve DeMille from the Sichongu Lakota Oyate, for the great explanation. Very knowledgeable about our circle, our way of life, and the powwow circle, not only amongst the Lakota, Dakota, Nakota Oyate, but also amongst the Omaha Nation, our relatives down there. beautiful arbors that they have down there in the Macy celebration. Thank you, Stephen, for the exquisite explanation. And that's the good thing about having a virtual celebration, ladies and gentlemen. We're able to share and give some extra words. Like in general, you would have had to go up to Stephen to ask a lot of these questions, but he would have been busy all weekend getting the dancers, taking care of the arena, and so on. So it's great to use this opportunity to share these teachings in that good way. So I want to say thank you once again to Mr. Stephen Tamayo. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, next up, we're going to introduce to you a performance here by, once again, an invited crew that we have throughout. We're going to go on to Carlos Banali, ladies and gentlemen, from the Crow Creek Hunkpati Dakota Nation, as well as the Dene Navajo Nation. He's our head man dancer this year, ladies and gentlemen, on the head staff. Want to say thank you to Carlos Banali for representing and being on this celebration, on this virtual celebration, Fort Omaha Intertribal Powwow. So anytime you're ready, we're going to go on over to Carlos Banali, headman dancer. Take it away.
Hello, I'm Dr. Today, watching up Pages of me. Hello, my friends and relatives. I am Carlos Finale. I'm half Dakota and half Dene Navajo. I am your headman dancer for Metro State Community College. I want to thank them for thinking of me like that. And one of the things, the reason why I like dancing is because I like uplifting people's spirits. I like dancing Men's Fancy Feather because when they see me dancing or see any other Men's Fancy dancer, it uplifts the crowd, makes them happier. So I feel like in a bad mood or anything that's happening that day, I can uplift them. And how I started dancing is when my mom, she used to take me to this gym, and she'll make me do one set of footwork up and down and run up and down the court. And one of my other teachers was Spike Draper. He taught me how, the style I know today, and he taught me how to dance. And the reason why I dance is because, like I said, is I like uplifting people's spirit, and I like dancing and shortening, my energy and everything like that. And that's the reason why I do a lot of performances to help with the reconciliation between each races. And so, yeah, I just want to thank you all for having me, and hopefully you enjoy my dancing. How am I? I hope.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a virtual round of applause here to Carlos Banali, headman dancer representing the Crow Creek Hunkpati Dakota Nation and the Dene Navajo Nation, our headman dancer this year. Thank you, Carlos. At this time, friends and relatives, we're going to go on over here to share a little bit of the history of the Fort Omaha campus, where this celebration is held each and every year, throughout the time here. And as we go on, we're going to invite Mr. Richard Lastly from the Ponca tribe of the Nebraska and Omaha, as he shares some information about Ponca Chief Standing Bear, and one of the first civil rights cases that granted habeas corpus to the Native people in the United States. And right after that, I'll come through and share a little more information about the importance of having this celebration in the area that it's held at, near the Metropolitan Community College area. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go on over here to Richard Lastly, Ponca tribe of Nebraska and Omaha. Anytime you're ready, Richard.
Omaha ijaje wiwitate wang gazube. I'm from the Deer Clan in the Omaha tribe by way of Frank Wolf and Jenny Standing Bear. I want to talk about the Fort Omaha Intertribal Powwow and Standing Bear a little bit. This event is held on land that has great significance to Native Americans and is described by some as the location of one of the first civil rights victories. The Ponca, a tribe whose home was in northeast Nebraska, were moved to Indian Territory in Oklahoma by the U.S. government. The Ponca found that no provisions for food or shelter had been made for them. Consequently, many of the tribe, including Ponca Chief Standing Bear's son, did not survive the first winter. Chief Standing Bear and 30 of his family attempted to return to their Nebraska home and were arrested and held by General George Crook at Fort Omaha. Their story was told to the public by journalist Thomas H. Tibbles. With the help of Tibbles and two lawyers, Standing Bear petitioned the court for his right to return home. Judge Elmer S. Dundee had to rule on whether an Indian had the rights of freedom guaranteed by the U.S. Constitution. Now, the government's lawyer tried to prove that an Indian was neither a person nor a citizen, and therefore did not have the right to bring suit against the government. Raising his right hand, Standing Bear proceeded to speak. Nombe de Uyugada Eonki Gonji. That hand is not the color of yours. But if I prick it, the blood will flow, and I shall feel pain, said Standing Bear. The blood is of the same color as yours. God made me, and I am a man. April 30th, 1879, Judge Dundee stated that an Indian is a person within the law, and that the Ponca were being held illegally. Standing Bear and the Ponca were freed. The government arranged for the return of the Ponca from Indian Territory, and land along the Niobrara River was allotted to them. Annually, we remember Ponca Chief Standing Bear. And the people, when we gather together at the Fort Omaha Intertribal Powwow, please consider joining us next year. Aho.
All right. We want to say thank you to Mr. Richard Lastly, the Ponca tribe of Nebraska and Omaha. a relative coming on to share some of the history of one of the first civil rights victories there. We want to stay. I also got a chance to visit with Barbara and the crew there. And, it was Wendell Birdhead back here in 1992 during the, times of the celebrations. And it was Wendell that kind of went up to the Metropolitan Community College and to kind of honor the change in the group. They wanted to bring this celebration in the lands there, and got a chance to, as you heard Mr. Stephen Tamayo talk about the 1868, when things took place and all the challenges. I know for us, Fort Laramie Treaty and all of these things that took place down there in Fort Omaha. But one of the things from there, with the westward expansion and the railroads, we had the Oregon Trail, Lewis and Clark expedition. All of these things really changed the historical landscape of our people. And so the Fort Omaha was really kind of one of those places that a lot of our people lost some of the land and some of the partaking of the banning of our culture for a long time in our culture, basically from 1883 until 1978, when the American Indian Religious Freedoms Act was passed. And so we have these memories. So what took place down here, in 1975, the Metropolitan Community College took hold of this land where a lot of these times of very sorrow and change for our people took place. And the Metropolitan Community College has really stepped up to the plate. And as Wendell Birdhead came forth and many others through the years to advocate for this celebration, ladies and gentlemen, they have turned the memories and the hardships of this particular area and changed it for the positive. And we want to say thank you to the Metropolitan Community College staff and as we talk about some of the things when some of the elders will come in and go across campus and let them know about the grass and how to cut it a certain way, and a lot of the facility services come through and they acknowledge when the opening prayers take place, the grounds blessing takes place. And really Metropolitan Community College does a great job with acknowledging of the culture of the indigenous peoples. And so this powwow has really brought forth a lot of unity in the community there amongst the Metropolitan Community College, and certainly as an encouragement of how we should be as human beings. It doesn't matter what background you come from, where you walk, where maybe the struggles that you have. But when we come together, ladies and gentlemen, like this, and what you see happening there on the campus of the Metropolitan Community College, as well as the lands of the Fort Omaha Intertribal Powwow, it's a lot of positive things that are happening, and the Creator has definitely blessed the families and the relatives there, and how to work together and encourage one another. Over 5,000 people, ladies and gentlemen, attend this celebration each and every year. And as you heard from the words of Stephen and many others, a lot of great things take place in that building of bridges and understanding that we all have one Creator. So we're very appreciative of all the guests and all of those that continue on and move forward in helping to understand the lands where this celebration happens on the Omaha campus of the Fort Omaha campus there, the history. So thank you, Richard, lastly, and also to Stephen Tamayo and the rest of the relatives down there. Ladies and gentlemen, next up, we're going to go to the head lady dancer, ladies and gentlemen. And our head lady dancer, Listina Saul Beltran, is a graduate of 2017 class of the Metropolitan Community College. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go over to the head lady dancer, Listina Saul Beltran, Sisseton, Dakota, class of 2017. Here we go.
Hau mitakuyape. Greetings, my relatives. Tanya yahiba chante washdeya nape chiyuzapiye. It is good that you are all here, and I offer you a heartfelt handshake. Mish Nina iyokbia wahiye. Speaking for myself, I am very honored and happy to be here today. My name is Lestina Leona Saul Beltran. I am from the Sisseton, Wahpeton, Isanti, and Dihunktawa Dakota Oyate nations. I am honored to be the head lady dancer at Metropolitan Community College's 29th annual Fort Omaha Powwow. I would like to start out by thanking the Creator for all of the opportunities that I've been afforded thus far in my life. I'd like to thank my friends and family who love and support me. I would also like to thank the college for being there for me and for laying the foundation to my educational career. I would like to thank Diane Good Collins and the Reentry Program for helping me to pursue my educational goals and for pushing me to complete my degree. I would also like to thank the Powwow Committee for giving me this opportunity to perform at their powwow, and I would like to thank Mato Pejuta for allowing me to use their song. I'd like to thank Dr. Donna Polk and the staff at Nebraska Urban Indian Health Coalition for all of the opportunities that have been entrusted to me. I learned how to powwow dance when I was about 6 or 7 years old, and I first started out doing traditional dancing. I started dancing in the Santee powwows, which is why I chose Mato Pejuta to sing their song while I dance. I learned how to fancy dance and jingle dress through the years, and the last dance that I did before I stopped was the jingle dress. I started drinking alcohol when I was about 12 or 13, and after that I decided that I didn't want to be a part of the sacred circle anymore because it just didn't feel right in my spirit. So about 10 years ago, I started feeling like I wanted to come back to the arena again, and that's when I decided to get my regalia together and begin dancing again. So this has been a journey for me, and it also leads me to the dance that I do, which is the jingle dress, which is also a healing dance. And I thought that this year's theme, Hear Our Voices, was appropriate because I am also a red dress dancer, which means that I dance to pray for the MMIW, for the missing and murdered Indigenous women across the United States and Canada. I have a heart for this cause, and this will lead me into my next topic, which is sex trafficking. I would like to start off by telling you a story about my cousin. Her name was Lakota Renville. She was only 22 years old when she passed away, and she was a victim of sex trafficking, and she is also an MMIW. Her homicide is still, or murder is still unsolved. In Indian country, we have a lot of issues. You know, there's a lot of barriers that prevent us from succeeding and that prevent us from doing better things with our lives. A lot of the predictors that set us up for issues such as sex trafficking are the high rates of poverty, high rates of domestic, physical, and sexual abuse, and the foster homes. From colonization, we suffered a loss of our culture, a loss of our identity, and a loss of our family units. And as a result of this sets our young women up for the sex trafficking trade. It makes us more vulnerable. And then there is the topic of Native American women being fetishes, the long hair, the exotic looks, and coming from broken homes. This all sets us up for a high rate of being trafficked. So one of my relatives from the Sisseton Reservation, she met a man online that was from Kansas City, Missouri, and he enticed her into leaving the reservation, leaving her family, and leaving her friends for hopes of a romantic relationship. When she got to Kansas City, we don't know much about what happened, but what we do know is that she was found in a gravel lot, brutally murdered, and that her case is still cold to this day. After she was found, the investigators said that she was involved in sex trafficking and that one of her last contacts was with one of her traffickers. The way that my cousin was murdered has touched my heart so much that this is a cause that I believe in. I believe in the MMIW movement. I believe that people need to hear our voices and that people need to know that we are more than a person who deserves to be trafficked. We're more than a drug addict. We're more than a prostitute. We're more than somebody who comes from a broken home. We do deserve better, and I hope that by doing this video I can shed some light on the prevention of sex trafficking in Indian country, which has become and is becoming an epidemic. It is something that there needs to be more attention drawn to. It is something that needs widespread prevention and education efforts to save our young people, to save our young women from becoming murdered and missing Indigenous women, girls, boys, and men. The report is called The Garden of Truth, and it brings to light a lot of statistics regarding why women are trafficked and how they are trafficked, and the numbers for the precursors of being sex trafficked. Earlier this year in the state of Nebraska, LB 154 sent out a report regarding the murdered and missing Indian women's database. A precursor to becoming an MMIW statistic was sex trafficking. I believe that as a people, we need to pull together and we need to be good relatives for our communities so that we can prevent young women, boys, girls, and men from disappearing and never being heard from again. I hope to shed some light on this epidemic, and I hope that everybody will take into consideration the information that's presented and do your job at being a good relative. Whether that's checking up on one of your relatives that's gone, whether that's educating other people on these things, or whether that is looking for your relatives, I hope that you all will take that into consideration. And I just want to say that I'm very honored to be here today. I'm very thankful to be here today, and I hope that you all will enjoy this next dance video. So the dance style that I chose to do is the Jingo dress, and it comes from the Ojibwe nation, and it was given to them through a dream. It was meant to be a healing dance for a man's young daughter who was sick. The story goes that she was laying in her bed, and as she laid in her bed, her father had a dream. And in this dream, the dad seen cones on women's dresses, and the women were dancing in a special way. When he woke up, he told his wife about the dream, and he gave her specific instructions on making the dress. As soon as somebody made the dress and began dancing around the little girl, she stood up and she walked around with the dancers. And this is how this healing dress came about. Today, in modern day, we have the red dress. There's a lot of powwows that honor the red dress specials, which is a movement for the murdered and missing Indigenous women across Canada and the United States. To dance is to pray. So by doing this dance, I pray for all my sisters and brothers who are out there who have been lost and who are no longer with us. And I pray that they may be found, and I pray for the future generations that they may experience some form of prevention so that this doesn't happen to them.
Wow!
All right, ladies and gentlemen, join me in giving a virtual round of applause to our head lady dancer. Ladies and gentlemen, a graduate, 2017 graduate of Metropolitan Community College, representing the Sisseton Dakota Oyate. We want to say thank you to Lestina Sal Beltran. Well done. Excellent presentation about the MMIW, also the missing and murdered Indigenous women, children, men, and we want to say thank you for that great advocacy and great work in using your platform to bring forth an important issue in Indian country. We also want to thank you for your awesome, beautiful dance and the explanation behind the jingle dress dance. And thank you to Mato Pejuta for that song and sharing their music with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to also say thank you to all the live viewers from all across country. I know we had somebody from Ecuador, from Wisconsin. We want to say thank you we got Donna Polk, Val, Fiber Arts Festival of Omaha, tuning in live, Shanita Bond, Sarah Speedy, Fantastic Fauzi, Dr. Matt, also Cindy. We want to say thank you to Charlene and Nathaniel, Casey, Rick Silverado, Megan Page, Danielle Morris, Teresa Foley, Kara, and Shanita, and to all the fine folks tuning in live. David Ho, thank you for tuning in live as well. And it's good to see all the great folks tuning in live into this celebration. You know, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor and a privilege to be here as your MC. And as we transition to the next one, somebody texted me, and usually at our celebrations, someone will bring an Indian taco or menudo or some soup or anything up to the announcer stand, and then us MCs will give them a shout out and say thank you to them. But since we're doing a virtual celebration, somebody texted me a virtual Indian taco for lunch. So I want to say thank you. And speaking of Indian tacos, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go on here. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to Samantha Jones from the Winnebago tribe of Nebraska and Omaha for a fry bread cooking demonstration. So ladies and gentlemen, get yourselves into your kitchens and take your phone with you while you're tuning in, and enjoy this next segment as we go to Samantha Jones from the Winnebago tribe of Nebraska and Omaha, because what powwow is a powwow without Indian tacos? So here we go. Samantha Jones, take it away. You're on the air.
Hello, my name is Samantha Jones. I'm from Omaha, Nebraska, and I am a part of the Winnebago and Omaha tribes here in Nebraska. Today I'm making fry bread, and this is the way that I was taught how to make it from my grandma, so it may be different from yours. In here we have flour, and that's what you'll start with. So since I'm making a little batch today, don't use these measurements, but if you need like a certain measurement, a 5-pound bag of flour will make about 40 to 50 good size fry bread like that. So if that helps you, if you're trying to make this for your family, that's what you can do. And then another ingredient I have is yeast. Not everyone uses yeast. And so I'm just putting like a little tiny palmful of yeast into the flour, and you put all your dry ingredients together. And then this is baking powder. I just use a little palmful too. And then when you're using the 5-pound bag, you just do a palmful of baking powder. And then you can do a little square envelope. They have them at the store of yeast for the 5-pound bag. This one's sugar. And for this one, I'm just doing like a little bit, because you don't want your bread too sweet, so just about a palmful of that. And then with the sugar and salt ratio, you just want to do a tiny bit of salt, because you did like a palmful of sugar. So you don't want those to be equal, because that will taste just horrible. And for the 5-pound bag, like I don't know, you could do about a cup of sugar and then just like a decent palmful of salt, and you should be good to go. For me, it was trial and error. So there was some times where I used too much sugar and not enough salt. So I had to add some. I used too much salt, so I had to add a lot of flour. And I didn't throw it away because that day I had to make it like 100 pieces of fry bread, so I had to use that dough. But if you're not in a rush, you can throw that dough out. But I couldn't. And so what I'm doing in here, because it looks like not something culinary I'm doing, but I'm feeling the flour for how grainy it is for the yeast and salt and sugar. If you're in here and you can't feel like really anything, like what I'm discovering, you might want to add just a little bit more sugar and a little bit more salt. But if you like your dough kind of plain, I mean, then the salt and sugar is kind of up to you because you know how you like it. So then once you get done kind of feeling around for the dough, I think I'm good. You want to kind of like smooth it into a well, because in this well, that's where your egg's gonna go. I know people are probably like, well, how many stuff it? Because some people just make it with flour, salt, sugar, and baking powder and water. I don't. I wasn't taught that. Which is a good way too, because I've had that kind of bread and that tastes good too. But for me, I add all the extra stuff because some people use mayonnaise, which is because of the egg and oil. Yeah, it's gross. It could be good too. Maybe everyone uses them. I don't know. All right, and then you'll need warm water. So I already kind of have some water. I'm going to heat it up just because that'll help activate the yeast and help your dough rise, because you're going to let it rise for a little bit. Okay. And then for me, I'm wearing gloves because I got fake nails on and I don't want the gunk under my nails. But make sure you only use one hand when you're mixing. Using your hands better than a spoon or anything like that. Some people try and do that, but for me, it mixes better. And you can feel like the texture of the dough, and you just kind of get the consistency that you want. So you just pour in the water little by little, and you're mixing it up. Getting the egg in there. And for the egg, the reason I was told to add egg, because it gives it that brown color. I don't know if that's true, but it tastes good. So. Okay, this glove's kind of too big, so I kind of didn't know that was going to happen. I'm looking to get all the dry flour up and to kind of be able to form like a dough, like kind of a loose ball dough ball. That's what I'm looking for. So it's kind of coming together like that. That's kind of how you want it. You can mush it together and it will stick pretty good. Everything's all mixed up. There's no loose flour. Some people do it with loose flour. They have their bowl sitting in it. For me, I don't, just because the flour gets in the oil, and then you have to change your oil out quicker because you have the excess flour on the fry bread. So That's something different I do. Okay. So then you let that rise. Okay. And you cover it up. And then you have, this one didn't rise too much, but that's okay because sometimes people are in a rush. You just want to let it sit for a little bit. And I made this one ahead of time. That way I could show you guys how to fry the bread up. So if you want to make, actually, let me step back for a second. So for your grease, you want to have it, I used vegetable oil, and if you want to use canola oil, you can. It's just your preference. So for your grease, you want to have it on medium heat and just kind of let it sit, and then put a little tester in there to see how well your grease is. Like right now, it's kind of heating up and it's bubbling. You don't want it to cook too fast because then you'll fry the dough on the outside and you won't cook what's inside. So usually, I mean, this is going at a pretty good rate. This is probably perfect for your dough. I should have kept the gloves on. Now I'm getting, it's defeating the purpose. So for me, I learned how to make fry bread at a really young age because I was nosy and I just always wanted to be by the adults. So I watched my grandma tons of times make fry bread. And then finally one day she kind of just, she let me help her. I was about probably like 9 or so. And she let me help her, and so slowly she just started letting me do it kind of more on my own. She would let me measure out the dough, or measure out like the dry ingredients, and sorry, I'm trying to double task and talk. I was on a roll, but she would let me measure out the dry ingredients and then ask, and I would ask, you know, is this right? Is this right? And she'd whether tell me yes or no, or too much or too little. So that's kind of how I learned. And then just doing it myself, making it for my family. Okay, so make sure you have a little oil for yourself. I didn't do that. Good doofus. And then that'll help handle this easier. So I'm kind of trying to make a decent sized piece of bread. And then this is important. Don't be scared of the oil. Just kind of lay it in there. And keep your hand, I don't know how to say it, keep your hand up enough to where you're just kind of lightly laying it in there. But don't drop it in there. Like, that's going to be worse for you than anything, because all that oil will splatter up and oil stays on, like, it's not water. So, well, if you're cooking, hopefully you know that. But yeah, just kind of lay it in there. And if you get in here and you realize, kind of like I am, that your oil may be too hot, just turn it on low, and wait. Fry bread isn't, I don't know, I like making fry bread because it's not such a restricted thing, like where in a souffle you'll mess it up, like if you don't whip the egg. I think you do that. But it's not so restricted, and you know, if you mess up, you can fix it, or you can't, you just have to have a little patience. But if you just try it, your bread, it'll taste good. And if nobody likes it, you'll like it. So for this one, the oil is kind of too hot. So I'm gonna wait a minute. But that's our first piece of fry bread. The first one's always like the first pancake. You know, the better ones come out in the second and third. So I'm just gonna kind of wait a second for that oil to kind of cool down a little bit. And then before you do it, do another tester round, and that way you can kind of judge better of your oil. You can do it flatter, make a little mini fry bread, like that. Some people make fry bread bites, and then they'll have that with the soup. I don't know if anyone's ever had those. Like they'll have like a cup of fry bread bites, and then corn soup. And ooh, that's good. So for fry bread, I think it's more of something that we just created because of the commodities we get from the federal government. Because it's all the white, you know, white sugar, white flour, white salt, baking powder. And I think we just kind of made something that we could, you know, would feed enough people. But I think for us, like, all tribes have like their own version of fry bread. Like everybody has like some kind of bread that we can all, you know, argue about. Well, you make it like this, or I make it, you know. I think that's what the cool thing is, because so many tribes have so many different foods that this is like the one thing we know at Powwow we all like. Like we all can, you know, order at a stand and enjoy. So I think for us, like, I say like a lot. I don't know if it's bonding, because it's kind of like that, you know, when you're out in public and you see somebody, you know, wearing a Winnebago, Nebraska t-shirt or something, you're like excited. You're like, oh, cool, you know, like they know where my family's from, or, you know, like they know about fry bread, or because and here in the city, like there's just not that enough of, I don't know, a presence. You know, like for other students or other people, you know, like, because right now, what is it, like tacos and the birria tacos, you know, I see them all on Facebook, and the hot Cheeto, like their culture, you know, you kind of, everyone gets like a whiff of it. Everyone kind of knows. But for natives, you know, for some people, they're like, fry bread. Like, how do you make that? Do you just like unthaw frozen dough and fry it in oil? Like, that's the laziest thing I've ever heard. Like, no. But so many people, like, that's how they ask if you make it like that. They're like, so I can just buy some frozen dough, right? I'm like, no, just make it. That's a donut. You're trying to make a donut. Because that's what my dad used to do. He used to take the Pillsbury dough cans or whatever, and make donuts out of it and just dip it in some sugar. That was good. So for Indian tacos, like you would just use this recipe for fry bread. And you could make a taco anyway, really any kind of meat you want, but a lot of people just use like hamburger, beans, lettuce, tomato, if you like onion, just everything like you would like on top of a taco. But a lot of people just do like salsa, sour cream, and lettuce and cheese. And then when you're forming your bread discs, you'll kind of find your own rhythm of how you want to make them, because everyone doesn't do them the same or pat them the same. But there's really no wrong way, just as long as you don't have like a big dough ball because you definitely won't be able to cook that in the oil, or it won't taste good. So using a pair of tongs is good when you want to take the dough out, because you don't want to puncture the dough while it's in the oil, because then the oil is going to seep into that and it's going to cook it. And I don't know, maybe you like it like that, but it kind of ruins kind of that texture some people look for, where it's crispy on the outside and then kind of soft and not doughy, but cooked in the inside, just not overcooked. And you can make a baby fry bread for the babies. Just kidding. And if you're scared of the oil, maybe wear a glove. I don't really, it's not hurt. Not too bad. Gotta get used to it though. Oh, one thing I did learn, like, so for my family, we make food. Like some families like powwow or do jewelry, or, you know, like some families just have their own things they do. But for us, like, we really, like, we're cooks. We kind of help out with like wakes, funerals, birthdays, and just kind of help cook for one another. And something my grandma always told me, if you're cooking for like a wake or a burial or a memorial, you can't taste your food. You're not supposed to taste the food because it's not blessed. So it's kind of hard, like if you're making potato salad or something, because you can't really taste the sauce. You just kind of have to. She's gotten good at it because she does that a lot. But yeah, she'll kind of eyeball it, and it turns out good. So that's something I always learned. And then when you're out of food, like when you're at something like that, you're supposed to take a little bit of everything, like, because it's blessed. So even if you don't like it, because I remember being in line, and I was like, oh, I don't like it. And the girl's like, eat it. Get a spoonful. All you have to do is take a bite. I'm like, okay. You just don't argue. This baby one, when you break it open, you just want to, it's cooked. That's what you want. You want it to be cooked, and then it's actually pretty balanced. It's not too sugary, it's not too salty. It's pretty good. So thank you for tuning in to the Metro for Omaha Powwow. I know this year is a little different, but hopefully next year, when there's more taco stands and actual powwows going on, you guys will hit one up and kind of understand like what goes into making it, or you know why the line's so long. But thank you, and I hope you all have a really great day.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give a virtual round of applause to Samantha Jones of the Winnebago Tribe of Nebraska and Omaha for coming on to make everybody hungry. And we even had one of the former students of the Metropolitan Community College, I believe. Shout out to fantastic Fauzi tuning in from Dubai. Drooling all the way over in Dubai for Indian taco, and you're sitting on the same boat as the rest of us. We're all missing those wonderful foods that we taste at our celebrations, and I'm sure each and every one of you get to enjoy at the Metropolitan Community celebration each and every year. So thank you once again, Samantha, for representing and sharing the fry bread cooking demonstration, and continue your great work as somebody that feeds the people. When we feed the people, when we feed friends and relatives, a lot of times our grandparents will say you have a greasy door handle, basically implying that a lot of times when you come to a home of one of the relatives across the nation, in Indian country, when you come in, the first thing they ask you is how you doing, and if you're hungry, if you want something to eat, they'll put something out there without even waiting for a reply. But that means when our people feed each other, they take care of each other. That means they want you to live. So it's important for us to share those aspects of our culture. So thank you once again, Samantha, for sharing that demonstration and making us all hungry and wish and stomachs growling. And then we'll be ready to take that supper break nap in our lawn chair out there in the arena. But thank you very much. And thank you to each and every one of you. Shout out to Kathy Davenport, Shanita, 700 Hostile, Punka, Michelle, and Sam, and Tammy Costello, Evie Richardson, and all of you tuned in live. And thank you to each and every one of you coming to our Facebook, Metropolitan Community College Facebook event page. Speaking of the Facebook event page, we had a video sent in by Cassie Rhodes Carroll, who is a Southern Cheyenne, and she tuned in live from Rapid City, South Dakota, my hometown, and she shared a dance, ladies and gentlemen, specifically, and sent it into the page. And so we're going to go ahead and share that dance with each and every one of you as a thank you for Cassie Rhodes Carroll, Southern Cheyenne represent here for this celebration. We're going to go ahead and share that with you at this time. So thank you very much, Cassie, for sending this in. Let's share it with all the good people. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you to Cassie Rhodes Carroll for interacting with the celebration and sending in that live video, that dance from Rapid City, South Dakota in her travels. Once again, traveling across the country. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go here to our host, Northern Drum Group. First of all, we're going to go here to Toshka Izzy Tamayo of the Sichango Lakota Oyate, the head lead singer of the Upstream Singers. Ladies and gentlemen, these singers travel throughout Indian country and the Powwow Trail, but these fellas and these ladies, they also practice heavily in our ceremonies. And as a singer, they take that role as a singer very seriously, and sharing the songs freely, whether it's ceremonies, powwows, honorings, gatherings, memorials. So we're very appreciative to have Upstream Singers with us during this celebration. So at this time, we're going to go to Izzy Tamayo, and then we're going to go to the Upstream host Northern Drum Group for their songs. Ladies and gentlemen, get your shawls, get up out of your chair, take a break from that Indian taco, and get up and dance in your living room. Take a few laps around the outside of your home as we go here, ladies and gentlemen, from the Upstream Singers, Izzy Tamayo, followed by a performance by the Upstream Singers. Take it away anytime you're ready.
Hello everybody, I'm Israel Tamayo. Some of you may know me as Izzy Tamayo. I am the head singer of Inkbadakia Onkhan, which is the Upstream Singers. Singing and dancing has always affected me in not only that chocata, that circle, but also in life in general. And there's a lot of protocols to being a singer, and a lot of respect you gotta have for yourself and carry yourself in a good way, because you have a lot of people that are always watching you. So I always try my best every day. I mean, I'm not perfect, but I try my best every day. I am drug and alcohol free, and my younger brother and Carlos and I, we always loved this way of life. We sing everywhere we go, trust me, if you're around us, everybody around us gets annoyed pretty quick because we're always singing. One thing that really inspired me to continue this singing and dancing for this long, my grandmother, when we first started out as our first drum group called the Ponca Creek Singers, there was just 6 of us. My cousin Diego, my cousin Trayvon, my brother Jalen, my brother CJ, Carlos, and me. And we started off, we just sang songs that we loved. We just loved singing. When we were about 7, 8 years old, and my grandma turns, and after we get done singing, it was like, boys, you guys sound good. It makes you feel good. But you guys should sing Lakota songs, sing songs that you make. And ever since then, we always tried our best to make songs. And actually, our first song I ever composed was a song to honor my grandmother, my Unchi. And we sang that for her and made it for her when she passed away. And after she passed away, it just took off. All my passion and respect and my love for this way of life really just took off. I loved it 10 times more because that's the only thing that kept me together, especially after she passed away. And now to this day, I compose songs in Lakota language, Dakota language, Nakota language, and the Omaha language. And I really like to thank all those that helped us as the Upstream Singers and as the Ponca Creek Singers. All those that encouraged us, like Red Wing Thomas and the Mato Bajuta Singers. And they have a lot of knowledge right there, and we appreciate them and you guys' help throughout our journey, and still to this day helping us with knowledge and encouragement. And the Standing Horse Singers with Luke Cloud from Sistine area. Man, Luke Cloud's actually one of our biggest mentors. He actually taught me and mentored me on how to compose songs. He pushed me, and now to this day, like I still go to him for knowledge about song making. And the Red Leaf Singers and the Cucumber Singers from back home in Rosebud, they've always been encouraging and helped us with older songs and taught us a lot about honorings and why we sing these songs and prayer songs. So shout out to you guys. And you know, it's been rough, you know, not having the whole pause going on because of quarantine or the virus. But it's pretty cool though how everybody's doing this virtual stuff. It's cool. The one thing though that I really do like is that people are still sharing the love of dancing and singing, even though we're not in person. I mean, it's a whole different feeling at Powwow, but yeah. It takes a lot to be a singer and dancer in both circles, in Sundance and Powwow. But so yeah, as a head singer, I like to speak for my drum, and we like to thank the Metropolitan Community College, Wachipi, Powwow, Gathering, for asking us to be a host Northern Drum. We really was honored, honestly, because one biggest thing that I love about this Powwow is that my grandfather was one of the original people to help start it, and they just always gave good hospitality. Even if you weren't on staff for the Powwow, It always had great vending, and it was always a great turnout, in my opinion at least. And to this day, you know, it's an honor to even be considered. Like last year, I was head man, and it was a wonderful time. I came all the way down from Rapid, and it was fun. And to this day, you know, singing plays a big part in my life, my brothers too. And you know, to this day, you know, even though there's this virus and all that, we all take time at least once a month to get together. We have singers, brothers and sisters that come from Washington, Canada, Utah, North Dakota, Minnesota, South Dakota, Oklahoma, Colorado, Arizona, Wyoming, and Nebraska. So it really shows the love that we have for singing. It really makes my heart feel good. The biggest thing though is I really encourage youth, even though I'm a youth, I consider myself a youth too, is to learn your language, learn your guys' songs, your ceremony songs, learn how to dance, or just learn about the history about it, and just the fact that you will know these things can go a long ways, mentally too. Because I believe what I go by in life is, if you don't know who you are truly, then you won't be fully satisfied with your life or with yourself. And you gotta be proud of who you are, but how can you be proud if you don't know who you are? So I encourage you guys to take the time to sit down with an elder or with someone that you know who knows these ways and learn, listen. Because, you know, 10 years, 20 years from now, it's not all gonna always be there right there in front of you. It's hard. It took me 18 years just to get this far. A lot of people I had to talk to. I had to go out of my comfort zone. But yeah, everybody stay safe, mask up, 6 feet distance, social distancing, CSBS, if you don't understand English. Yeah, I'm good.
Slide back. It's a beautiful day for the virtual powwow. Unfortunately, we can't be with you today. I'm Dr. Craig Jacobus, and I want to introduce Mr. Fred McMains. We've got two of our other EMS program staff that aren't here today, Mr. Peter Landmark, and then also we have Dean Stacy Okander, who's an integral part of us being part of the Intertribal Powwow for the last many years. Long time ago, I was asked to provide the medical oversight for the powwow, and during that time, we've really grown our program by utilizing a lot of our full-time staff as well as a lot of our paramedic students and even some of our emergency medical technician students as helpers. During any particular time during the powwow, we can at least initiate care for a variety of medical complaints, but then we also have a very quick working relationship with the local paramedic unit from Omaha Fire Department. So should anything occur that's more of an emergent nature that can't be handled at the scene, then our partners over at Omaha Fire will bring their paramedic unit in and transport our patients. In the past, we've grown from a table to an ambulance and a tent area, now to having kind of like a mini clinic set up for the availability of the tiny tots through the elders and all their families and friends to take care of any health concerns they might have while they're there at the powwow. With this in mind, then we also encourage people to contact us here at Metro if you have any interest in any healthcare classes. For instance, the very beginning of our emergency medical training is called Emergency Medical Technician. It lasts one college quarter, and there's more that follows with that. And if you do have any questions, please feel free to get a hold of us at my phone number is area code 531 and then 622-3004. Again, it's 531-622-3004. And between our faculty team, we'll be happy to get out whatever information you can use in order to assist you in the beginning of a journey through a very humbling profession called emergency medical services. Our program goes from CPR to emergency medical technician to paramedic. We have a variety of other programs here at the college too. And all these people send volunteers to help all of you who come with your families to the Intertribal Powwow.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, how about a virtual round of applause for upstream singers Izzy Tamayo and company, also Summer Berea, Richard Berea, Melissa Wright, Sophia Banali, Ileana Sitting Eagle, Graciela Sitting Eagle, also Gracie Saul Holloway, Chloe Cunningham, and all the dancers and their performances to kick us through here this afternoon session of the Fort Omaha Intertribal Powwow, the Metropolitan Community College. And thank you to all those dancers and singers for bringing forth those good songs and dances. And thank you to Jacobus for giving us that demonstration and discussion there, and for each and every year for providing the emergency medical services at the powwow. We appreciate your support, your enthusiasm, and your kind of advocacy here at the celebration, keeping the people informed and safe. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to go on next to our next performer presenter here. But in the meantime, I want to say thank you to BNSF Railway Foundation and the Nebraska Arts Council and the Nebraska Cultural Endowment, as well as the Metropolitan Community College and the crew and Nate Tweedy and company for keeping us going and bringing this all together, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate their efforts. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go on to the study circle. Colette Yellow Robe, PhD, Northern Cheyenne Tribe of Montana, Academic Retention Specialist, SSS Trio Programs, the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. The Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, Elevating the Narratives of Awareness into Acknowledgement, Action, and Accountability. And Nicole Tamayo, we're going to share this, about 20 minutes of this presentation, and then it will be available post powwow as well for the full 50-minute presentation. But we thank them for bringing this narrative forward, for the acknowledgement, once again, of the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. So take it away. Here we go, Colette. Yellow Robe, and Nicole Tamao and Company.
Hello, everybody. First of all, Naish, thank you for joining us today for a missing and murdered and women and girls roundtable discussion hosted by Metro Community College and their annual powwow. I applaud them for continuing on despite, the major issues and pandemic that our globe is going through right now. So I appreciate them carrying on with our culture and our traditions. That's awesome, Naish. I am Dr. Colette Yellowrobe. I am an enrolled citizen of the Northern Cheyenne Tribe of Montana. I grew up on the Winnebago Indian Reservation in Nebraska, very proud alum there, and I am coming to you recording this portion, most of the presentation from where I currently live and where I work. I live in Lincoln, Nebraska, and I wanted to acknowledge the ancestral homelands that my community sits upon, and the state of Nebraska encompasses, of course, as well. So I would like to honor and acknowledge the Iowa, the Arapaho, the Oto Missouri, the Kansas, the Second Fox of Missouri, Kansas, and Nebraska, Lakota and Dakota tribal nations upon me, the Ponca and the Omaha, and the Cheyenne, Tetistas, and Sudayat peoples. Wanted to acknowledge them and thank them. Thank you for your patience. As we move on, I wanted to explain a little bit about the next segment. Many years ago, in the 80s, actually, there was a very significant case, what would become an MMIWG case, of a young woman who was murdered in North Omaha. And the great impact, just the degree of life-changing forces it had upon her older brother was really significant. And before I recorded this, I made sure that I reached out to his daughter, Jennifer, in order to receive permission. I wanted her to run it by the rest of the family so that they were okay. Again, ethically, we owe it to one another to make sure that we're communicating or we're sharing when we're going to sort of bring up or remind people about some of these painful memories, but also to still demand justice for those of us who have relatives, such as the Lemire family, who are gone and their murders are still unsolved. So this is a tribute to Michelle Lemire, Mickey Lemire, and in honor of her irreplaceable, phenomenal brother, Dr. Frank Lemire. And let us not forget that even in Omaha, Nebraska, close, not too far, within miles or so of where the actual Fort Metro powwow would have taken place had we been able to convene, that we have unsolved murders of our fallen sisters and all the others that I'm not going to be able to include everybody for this presentation. However, we remember them as well. In honor of Michelle Mickey Lemire, a poem by the Dene poet Laura Tohe. Little Sister, for Frank Lemire. In 1984, the body of 21-year-old Michelle Lemire from Winnebago, Nebraska was found in North Omaha where she had been run over by a car. I was the youngest of 9 children the morning they found me. The mulberries had already given away their young fruit, and Summer was a smooth, slender, dark woman dancing to the center of the drum. My grandfather's voices still rise above the rolling hills along the Niobrara where my people dance. But my voice was invisible against the onslaught. Their words lie. They create divisions, arrange my life in numbers, add and subtract me, and put me into neat boxes for storage. My life unraveled early alone in a large city where I followed shadows and chased the jagged promise of empty bottles. There I thought I heard my father's voice softly calling me, "Baby, baby, you're my baby. when my mother first unwrapped me a newborn present, a young heartbeat to strengthen the drum. In the blossoming light, the earth goes on gathering the dripping fruit of mulberries in her outstretched arms along the Niobrara. In the season of gathering mulberries, I danced the fury of buffalo and dreamed the slender, dark woman and my brother singing in the voice of praise. Little sister, tasted her life again in the spiraling dance of thunder beings and buffalo, and was borne away in the thunder clouds and the rain that fell and fell afterward. Let's start with what exactly I'm going to discuss for the remainder of this presentation. First of all, I want to acknowledge all of our relatives and our family members that have gone on before us. And this is about elevating the narratives and the stories of our loved ones into awareness, and furthermore, moving it into the acknowledgement of their sudden death or being taken from us too soon. And finally, it's important that we continue to press our policymakers, our tribal governments, our families even, and even our workplaces into action and accountability. This is the time for movement and to ensure that we're making sustainable changes, not only for what we're benefiting from in this present time, but also for the future generations and for all of the young women, young men, our boys and girls, trans youth who are coming up into adulthood or will be soon, or perhaps are yet to be born. This is about them, holding ourselves accountable and pushing into accountability. The history, when we start to look at the history of the hashtag MMIW movement, it's critical that we go back to pre-colonization or pre-colonial encroachment upon what became North and South America. The imperialism against Indigenous or First Nations, Indian, and Native American women has long existed. And it starts with understanding that the onus of responsibility for the brutalization against Native women bodies needs to be put upon the arrival of the European nations, for example, when Columbus set afoot here. The distorted worldviews that they had towards Indigenous women and even the land itself were wrapped in the following words by colonizing agents, or the quote-unquote explorers back then. They intended to conquer Native bodies, Native women, and the land. They intended to control us, capture us, and indeed assault or tame the wild and oftentimes unruly territories and bodies. When you look back at the journals of Christopher Columbus and other, like I said, quote unquote explorers or conquerors or colonizers, as I would say, you will see that they refer to us, meaning Native American women, Indigenous women, Indian women, as theirs for the taking, as easy to conquer, and little to no regard for our humanity. I've been introducing us to different concepts, different things to think about in hashtag MMIWG. And I thought I would be remiss if I did not talk about its history, meaning where exactly did this cause, meaning the cause itself, hashtag MMIWG, originate? I've given you some history. As you know, we have to go back to where it all started when the colonial forces and the domination and white supremacy and patriarchy was established. But I'm also going to turn our attention just not too far away in terms of time in the early 20th century. Since the beginning of the early 20th century, there have been an estimated 25,000 plus Native American Indigenous women that have gone missing. Because there are faulty records, or in some cases there's no records of our missing woman relatives, this poses a problem for us because we don't quite know in terms of an accurate count. However, they are not forgotten, of course. And so throughout this study circle or this video that we've been doing, I wanted to always remind us that it's important that we honor, remember our relatives and our friends and our community members and our friends, anyone that is hurting right now or that has gone missing. You'll hear me repeat that throughout this. One thing that I take issue with, especially being, highly trained, obviously in higher education, is it's important that we don't treat our missing relatives just like a number. Yes, it is critical that we account and we find our missing relatives, but it is also important that we honor their spirit and we bring them back home. So we guide their spirit to where it needs to go and we give relief and answers and justice to our families. So I don't say we should count them just for the sake of quantitative calculation. No, I'm saying that to remember that we have the right and we have the choice to make sure we're honoring their sacred. Okay, so let's talk about hashtag MMIWG. Many of you know, of course, that our friends and our relatives up north in Canada began the MMIW movement, which of course they declared and called out the deplorable rates of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. And they recognized that the inclusivity of others as well was so important. We owe a lot to our Canadian relatives, and I'm really proud that our First Nations stepped up and did that for us. Consequently, of course, in what became or what is known as the United States, we too have been grappling with extremely ridiculously high numbers of missing and murdered Indigenous women, Native women, and girls. Much like we've already talked about earlier on with Mickey, and more recently, the sudden passing of Cozy or Ashley here in Nebraska. In the U.S. today, we now recognize May 5th as National MMIW Day. May 5th, 1992 was the birthday of Miss Harris, who tragically passed away most likely in Muddy Cluster. That's actually on my tribal reservation in Montana, in between Busby and Lame Deer. She was a beautiful young mother and endured horrifying assaults before being cast aside. Yet we do honor you, Hannah Harris. Naish, and thank you to her family and to your family, Hannah, for their diligence, courage, and strength to carry justice forward for you and many others to come. That is really special that they were willing to honor her birthday, the memory of their daughter, for the rest of us to continue this fight towards justice. Let's start to talk about why it's important to elevate the narratives and to share the stories of our missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. First of all, to establish a very firm boundary in order to care for not only our families that have lost someone, including my own, but for ourselves. Number one, when we're sharing our stories, it's important that we do it from the heart so we understand, and from the soul, and to understand that it brings healing to one another, and to respect the boundary of not telling or sharing stories that are not ours to tell. Meaning, let's get the express permission of the families of which we're trying to elevate or share the narratives of their loved ones. Another point that is a great strategy in this work is to understand that the culture of silence has long time held a grip upon us. And when we share our stories with one another, even our stories of survival, as Weisner would have said, is survivance, but also pushing us into a sense of thriving. So we are moving past the condemned walls of being considered not being good enough. And most certainly, as Native women, we have been conditioned to believe that we do not have to expressly assert voice, which is absolutely false. Finally, I want to encourage us to think about sharing our stories as a way to empower one another, as a way to understand that it is okay for us to speak our truth. It is okay to speak truth to power, so that we begin to understand that this horrific and egregious epidemic, and we'll talk about that in a little bit as how that's being challenged by amazing and phenomenal legal scholars, that it is much deeper than a pandemic or an epidemic. This is a flat out assault and complete erasure of the humanity of Native American women and girls. And by us continuing to elevate our narratives and demand that we are heard, not just seen, but we are also heard, it begins opening the processes for those to not use the excuses anymore of, well, we didn't know this was a problem. Well, it's been a problem since Columbus set a foot here. Okay, I just shared a quote by the very, very famous, phenomenal Professor Sarah Deer, Dr. Deer, who is just a champion for us as Native women. I just cannot go on about the absolute doors that she's broken down for all of us, along with her phenomenal colleagues that she works very closely with, a couple of others that I will feature here in a few minutes. But needless to say, you know, when I read her quote as I was preparing for this weeks ago now, I've been thinking about that quite a bit, on how we must just actively work to dismantle the systems of oppression, and how we, as Native women and men and our relatives and our allies, of course, our friends, our family members, we are actively working to dismantling a system that literally from the beginning was set out to destroy us, to own us, to belittle us, to put us in our place, so to speak, and keep us there. And so I applaud Sarah Deer, Dr. Deer, when she so voraciously, just phenomenally puts words and speaks truth to power. And I strongly recommend that we begin to do that as we spread awareness, as we're sharing our stories. Our stories are powerful, and they do indeed speak that truth to power. And so it's important that we keep advocating and elevating hashtag MMIWG, so that we are spreading awareness in a good way for our relatives. While we have gone over the historical reasons as far, and we're talking about like why stories are important, I do want to push us a little bit further though, because there comes a point where we are going to have to even further actively engage this barbaric cycle of invisibility and disposability that was created against us. So because of that, I think we should start to begin to work on ourselves. I'm just going to put this out there. Many of us, we carry toxic traits that it may not have been our fault, you know, based on what happened to us growing up, but needless to say, they're there. That is something that I've had to own as an adult. I've spent my life on a wonderful journey. I'm not complaining. It's been a great ride, but I really actively engage my healing process, and it's daily. Sometimes it's hourly, depending on how it goes, and that's okay. I share that out of extreme authenticity and absolutely courage, just bare soul with each of you for just a brief moment, so that I began to understand that I am okay being loved and cared for as a Native American woman, as a Northern Cheyenne woman, whatever identity that I'm in. Therefore, it's critical that we begin to value one another as well. We learn to uplift each other. I like to say empower. Indigenous women empower. We don't compete. It's very important to me, and a lot of the work that I do, most of my career has been devoted to elevating the theme that Native American women and girls are valued. That we, that you, that each of you are valued, and you are so aware without a shadow of a doubt that you are loved and cared for. That is critical. We are not powerless, and we will begin to dismantle that toxicity or that dysfunction I just referred to within ourselves and with one another. And I believe we can do that by acknowledging our strength. We are strong. We are strong women. We are surviving and thriving and so much more. We are indeed sacred. Therefore, the racist stereotyping and all this patriarchal domination, not just of late, but obviously that was started in the beginning, is not going to stop any of us. It will try. Believe me, once we start enacting change, moving from awareness into action, which we'll discuss next, we will begin to feel the system if you have not already, which I'm sure many of you have because you've been doing phenomenal work, and I thank you for that. Some try to say that us as Native women, or tribal women, we were somehow evicted from our seats at the table, or we do not have an equitable or an equal or a powerful force in our families and kinship systems. And yes, patriarchy has worked very hard to take that seat away. However, I really want you to remember this very, very carefully. Remember what I'm going to say. We as Native American women and young women up and coming, we have yet to relinquish our rightful seat at that table of equality, justice, and respect. In fact, our very presence here today in contemporary American society is proof that we have resisted domination since the landing of the Nina Pinta and Santa Maria all those hundreds of years ago. We are most certainly not defeated. We are not defeated. And it is that very truth that I just spoke about, that truth inside of our sacredness that cannot be replicated. And that sacredness inside of each of you, whomever is listening to this right now, that will be the solid foundation upon which we are going to make this mission for justice successful.
Metagipi leon petuki chante washte napechuzapi Nicole Tamayo Benengues Samachia Pixo. Hello, my name is Nicole Tamayo Benengues. I'm an enrolled member of the Sichangu Lakota. I reside here in the Omaha metro area. I work for Nebraska Urban Indian Health Coalition, and I run the SOMS Youth and Family Program. SOMS stands for Soaring Over Meth and Suicide. It is a prevention program that was established about 11 years ago to kind of curb and decrease the high rates of suicide and substance abuse that we see within our Native communities, especially when it comes to our young people and young adults. So our youth programming and young adult programming focuses on about 10 to 24 years of age, but we also do a lot of family events and community events. One of the biggest protective factors that we can provide to our youth and families is a connection with their culture, giving them cultural opportunities. We still use curriculum and programming. Some of it is evidence-based, some of it is practice-based. We know as Natives, it's so important to really connect and understand that what we're utilizing is something that's made for us. So we do tailor a lot of the stuff that we use. We work on coping skills, life skills. We have conversations and education around healthy relationships, domestic violence, human and sex trafficking. We do focus on trying to empower our youth, for them to find their voices, their passion, and pushing them to set goals so that they are reaching their full potential and being heard, having their voices be heard on many different topics. We know that Native voices are so often left out of the conversation. And so for us, it is being able to give them a safe space that is theirs, and supporting them in whatever way that we can to help them reach the different goals that they set. So today we're going to share some information with you. One of my good friends, Kirby, is going to be speaking and sharing some information about the missing, murdered Indigenous women, people that we have been hearing about so much. So I'm going to let her cover some really important information with you guys on that, and then I will come back and tell you a little bit more about our program.
Osio, Giga Ge Kamama Dawadon, Jalagi Ge Song, Yonega Ge Song, Kirby Williams, G Jalagi, Wado. Hi, my name is Kirby Williams. I'm an enrolled citizen of the Cherokee Nation of Oklahoma, and I work in violence prevention in the Native American community. When we reference the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Peoples Crisis, or MMIP, we're in reference to three distinct factors. The first is the awareness movement. So what brings us here to talk about this today? When we wear the color red, or when we wear red dress earrings, or we see red dresses or red handprints as symbolism, we are raising awareness to the crisis that has taken our stolen sisters. In the United States, May 5th has been declared as the National Day of Awareness for MMIP. This was in honor of Hannah Harris, who was a citizen of the Northern Cheyenne Nation who was taken from us far too soon. And her family has done tremendous work to try and promote this awareness movement. MMIP can be in reference to the data crisis that we have on our hands. The reality of the matter is that we don't have an accurate number of how many of our relatives are missing. What we do know is that the National Crime Information Center logged over 5,700 cases of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. NamUs, the National Persons Missing Database, only logged 116 of those cases. And while strides are being made to try and clear up this gap and to close it, we know that there is still more work to be done. We know that in a recent study that was released in 2018 from the Urban Indian Health Institute, in which they identified 506 unique cases across 71 U.S. cities, the state of Nebraska ranks 7th in the top 10 U.S. states for the highest number of MMIWG cases. And the city of Omaha, Nebraska, where this Metro Powwow would have been taking place, ranked 8th in the top 10 U.S. cities for the highest number of MMIWG cases. This is a crisis that hits here home for all of us. And then MMIP can be in reference to the crisis in and of itself. The questions that we ask for why are our Native relatives going missing? Why are we finding that the CDC declares that murder is the 3rd leading cause of death for Native women in the United States? We know that things like sex trafficking, the pipeline industry and fracking industry's man camps, we know that domestic violence and sexual assault, a lack of accountability and clarification on jurisdiction and follow-up, all of this is contributing and feeding into this crisis that we see today. The historical significance when we talk about the MMIP crisis also comes into play here. We know that prior to colonization, prior to Western European contact, so before 1492 and that guy got lost on a boat, we know that we as tribes primarily operated on mutual respect and responsibility. We upheld each other with high respect and regard, all focused on the betterment of the tribe as a whole. We uplifted our women and held them as leaders. We valued and regarded our two-spirit relatives as sacred. And then we see that with Western European contact and colonization, that rape and violence became tools of destruction and colonization against our Indigenous people. We know that this crisis is nothing new in the Native community. Native individuals, and especially Native women, have been raped, bought, traded, sold, kidnapped, and exploited since 1492, since the time of European colonization. We're just now starting to raise awareness and gain momentum in the awareness movement for it. We know that this policy for violence has continued with U.S. federal policy. We have seen this through the U.S. federal policy eras of removal, termination, relocation, assimilation, and reservation. And we continue to see this perpetuated today in the fight for our tribal sovereignty. Over time, this continues to impact us through the means of historical trauma, which is looking at this massive group trauma that has happened across lifespans and generations. When we look at families individually and how this has impacted them, we see that what happens from an intergenerational level of trauma from one generation to the next absolutely continues to impact us today. We know that in Nebraska, this is an issue that hits close to home for all of us. We know that the high disproportionality rates of Native children in the child welfare system absolutely comes into play when we look at factors such as trafficking and when we lose and find our Native girls and children to go missing. For instance, the fact that the state of Nebraska consistently ranks in the top 5 of states with the highest disproportionality rates of Native children in the child welfare system. This is nothing to brag about. Native children are 2.5 times more likely to be removed from their families. We know that Indigenous girls in Nebraska make up 13% of missing girls from the Sovereign Body Institute's MMIWG2 database. Yet, Native girls only represent 1% of the general population. This disproportionality continues to impact us today, and we continue to see this targeted violence impacting the Native community far more than other race or ethnicity groups. In fact, Native Americans in general will experience more forms of violence in their lifetime than any other race or ethnicity group, by at least 2 to 2.5 times the other averages. We know that 4 in 5 Natives, both women and men, will experience violence in their lifetime.
Sio. Dawa do Nathaniel Casey, G. Jalagi. Hello, my name is Nathaniel Casey, and I'm a proud enrolled citizen of the Cherokee Nation of Oklahoma, and I have the blessing to serve as a Youth and Family Program Manager for the SOMS program here at NUIHC, otherwise known as Soaring Over Meth and Suicide. SOMS is a program that focuses on youth suicide and methamphetamine prevention, as well as providing cultural access and harm reduction strategies in these tough times. What you see here today is a red jingle dress made by Nicole Tamayo and Steve Tamayo in order to commemorate the MMIP, MMIW movement. This dress was beautifully crafted, and we'd love to have the opportunity to have this dress given away to one of the members here. If you'd like to learn more about how to win this dress or get involved in the SOMS program, please visit our Facebook page at Soaring Over Meth and Suicide. Wado, and thank you once again for all your time. Best of luck.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we want to welcome each and every one of you back, and we appreciate Colette Yellow Robe and the crew for the study circle, the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, elevating the narratives of awareness into acknowledgement, action, and accountability. And also to Nicole Tamayo. We want to say thank you, Nicole Tamayo Benegas, and the 2 SOMS staff for Soaring Over Meth and Suicide Red Jingle Dress presentation. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on forward into our schedule. We want to once again thank you to each and every one of you for joining us here on this beautiful day in the virtual world. We hope all your families and your friends are healthy and strong. And once again, we want to say thank you for joining us. Here, next up, ladies and gentlemen, I have with me here at this time, we're going to go into the Princess Contest. And I have with me the head Princess Judge, Wia Edwards, Lakota and Omaha, and also and her assisting judges that ran the virtual contest this year. The Princess candidates were sought through Facebook and other social media postings, as well as traditional outreach through the community. And Wia is commended for securing 4 candidates: Sophia Ford, Bella Songhak, Tama Wilson, Eliana Sitting Eagle, and the candidates have some videos to share with you. But I'm gonna welcome Wia. If you could share a little bit, Wia, on this contest, share with the good people a little bit about yourself and what this contest represented for you.
Hello, everybody. I'd like to greet you all with a heartfelt handshake. My name is Wachiwia Edwards. I'm 20 years old. I come from the Ogallala and the Omaha people. I just wanted to say thank you to the committee and Barb for asking me to take this position. I had a lot of fun putting this contest together and gathering the contestants and making the contest and putting it all together. It was a challenge. But I had a lot of fun doing so. I know Barb wants me to touch on a few topics, so I'll go into those. This Princess Contest is it's a way for our Native women and men. It's a royalty contest to come out and show what they got, basically. You know, they're dancing, they're talking, some things they do, their cultures. So for this Princess Contest, we had 4 contestants, and how I selected these princesses was I created a questionnaire for each princess to answer. And since due to the circumstances of being in quarantine and the social distancing, I had to make a video for the interview, and then I had them do their dancing. So my judges, they all selected the princess. So how it would go down, originally if I was doing it in person, I would have had the judges judge our dancers and gave it to a third party to tally up the points, and then I would have announced it. But due to this, I tallied up the points and we came out with our princess. I'm really proud of all the girls, and I just want to say thank you to everyone and just let everybody know that this was, I know the girls had a lot of fun doing so. A lot of people always wonder the responsibilities or the characteristics that we look for in a Powwow princess. And for me, what I look for is a girl that is actively involved in her community and her culture and her traditions, and she knows right from wrong. You know, she's that's my main thing, is that she's just actively involved in everything that she does. So like she represents herself, her family, her community, her tribe. She makes sure just she stays on top of things. You know, there's a lot of things I could say for a princess, but those are the main ones that I look for. You know, she's an outstanding person. She has, you know, she's not shy. She's a really caring, nice, sweet person. So some of these things are some things that I look for in the princess, and you can get those when you have the interviews and you talk to the girls. And I actively talk to each contestant throughout the weeks that we were working through and figuring out how to get these videos submitted and how to get everything said and done. And we had a lot of fun doing so.
All right. All right. Thank you. Once again, we are Edwards, in charge of our princess contest this year. We want to say thank you to our head princess judge. You know, and as we get ready to go into the videos, the presentation of the contestants, you know, traditionally, a lot of our people, our tribes, there was never any princesses, any queens amongst our people before the arrival of Christopher Columbus and a lot of the westward expansion. But I think in the day and age that we live in today, with saving our culture, saving our language, our traditions, especially MMIW, you know, advocacy and all these things that are going on, there is a need for advocates. There is a need for these young women in the pageants and the royalty to represent and to use their platform and their voice to represent the people. So I commend you, Wia, and the rest of the contestants. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go into starting out. What you're going to see first is Tama Wilson going to kick things off with a dance and some comments. And then we're going to go on next to Ileana Sitting Eagle, followed by Bella Songhak, and then bringing us home, Sophia Ford. And then at the conclusion of these videos, we will announce some winners. So stand by. Here we go. Take it away, contestants. You're on the air.
Noah, greetings everyone. My name is Tama Wilson. I'm 16 years old. I'm currently a junior at Jinx High School in Jinx, Oklahoma. I am an enrolled member of the Pawnee Nation of Oklahoma and descendant of the Navajo and Iowa tribe of Oklahoma. I actively participate in Indian Healthcare Resource Center of Tulsa Running Strong Run Club, where I run several 5Ks, one 10K, and my biggest accomplishment of all, a half marathon that is 13.1 miles. I participate in my school's Native American Club, where I run for 2019-2020 Jinx Sophomore Princess. I participated in other after-school activities such as Key Club, Student Council, and Multicultural Club, where I am helping the community and learning about other diverse cultures. I would like to be princess because I believe I would set a good example for our youth by living a healthy lifestyle. I would like to see some changes in my community by forming a group of youth that would support our elders with daily tasks and providing support for organizations that collect food drives and clothes donations for families in need. My family has introduced me into the Powwow Circle, and I've been dancing since Tiny Tots, then competing in juniors. I believe representing this title would include becoming more involved in my community and keep in mind that education is important.
Tiape Lemia Wambi Glashkawachilian, Eliana Sinigo. Temachiapi Pisto Nahan Yoko, Chante Washte Nape, Chuzape. My name is Eliana Sinigo, I'm 14, and I am a freshman at Central High School.
Hello, my name is Isabella Samhawk. I greet you with a heartfelt handshake. My Indian name is Wiyaka Wee, which means feather woman. I'm 17 years old. I come from the Yankton Sioux tribe. I'm going into my senior year attending Marty Indian School. One of my accomplishments that I'm most proud of is being able to carry on a 4.0 GPA throughout the school year, and because of it, I got to fly out to Washington, D.C. for a week, and I got to learn a lot of new things. I want to be a princess because being able to hold the title not only makes myself proud, but I know it makes my family proud, and that's my main goal. And because the crowns are pretty. Some of the changes I would like to see in my community is definitely the trash being picked up. During the school year, we'll go pick up the trash around campus, but there's not really anyone to do so during the summer, and I would like to see it be cleaned up throughout the whole year. My mom was the one who introduced me to the Powwow Circle first. She brought me to my first powwow located in Tennessee. If I was selected as a Metropolitan Community College Princess, I would definitely carry the title with a good heart, and once the pandemic is over, I would take it to as much powwows as possible. If you don't mind.
That's how it's
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've reached that time. Once again, we want to say thank you to the contestants. Congratulations. And we have Wia Edwards, Lakota Omaha Nation head princess judge, and also just coming back through Tama Wilson, Pawnee Nation of Oklahoma, Jenks, Oklahoma. And the next contestant, Ileana Sitting Eagle, Oglala Lakota, Omaha, Nebraska. And then the third contestant, Bella Songhawk, Yankton Sioux Tribe from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. And then we have Sophia Ford, Bad River Band of the Ojibwe people, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to our head princess judge, Wea Edwards, to unveil the winner. And then if she has any words she would like to share before that. But Wea, you are on the air.
Thank you. First off, I would just like to say thank you again to the committee and bar for choosing me to be the head princess judge. I would also like to give a huge thank you to all my judges that helped me pick the winner for this year's powwow. And a huge shout out to Rebecca Schlitzing for the crown and sash. So I just want to let everyone see the crown that she made. Crown. And then we have the banner. Okay, so the winner. It was really close for all four girls, but one did come out on top. So our Sophia Ford.
All right. Is that Sophia Ford, the winner?
Yep.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've crowned the next princess of the Fort Omaha Intertribal Powwow Metropolitan Community College from Bad River Band of Ojibwe people, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Sophia Ford. Virtual round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you to Wea Edwards and her crew, the judges, and also once again, we want to send a shout out and a thank you here to each and every one of you that participated. All the other girls, Tama Wilson, Ileana Sitting Eagle, Bella Songhawk. Thank you for your participation and representing well here, and thank you to Rebecca Schlichting from Iowa for making that beautiful princess crown that will be sent to the winner at some point. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this might be a good time. It would be nice if we were in person to have Sophia and take her one round around that circle and allow her family and her friends to come out and acknowledge her and thank her and dance with her, as well as Wea and the judges. They would have brought her out in front of everybody, as well as the committee, and we would have made that recognition. But for many of you that might know, back in the first Miss Indian World Princess Pageant down there in Albuquerque, New Mexico, the winner of the very first Miss Indian World is a young lady by the name of Cody Hayok from the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe, a very awesome, fancy shawl dancer. When she won that contest, her late father, contacted Oli Little Eagle of the Standing Rock Sioux Tribe to compose a song for her. And this song has been sung at powwows for many, many, many years. And so, if I may, I'm going to share this song one time through in honor of Sophia. Sophia, our new winner of the Princess competition, and virtually we'll all dance one round with her, shake her hands, and give her hugs in that way. So. We are washed out, get a peke ha, ski a watchy a do es a jaco chocata All right, there you have it, the princess song Go up in that way. Once again, thank you to Wia and to her, also the judges. And thank you, ladies, for participating and making this pageant successful. And congratulations to Sophia Ford and bringing home that crown. And we hope to see you next year at the 2021 to have your special and to send and hand it off to the next contestant in person. We're hoping that takes place. Once again, Sophia Ford, Bad River Band of Ojibwe people, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a virtual round of applause to Head Princess Judge Wia Edwards, Lakota, Omaha. And thank you very much for allowing this and making this a success. So we appreciate it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do now is we're going to go down here to the Southern Singers, the horses. And so this year we had a kind of a change up in the lineups as we ran through. We had a change and they had Southern drum. And so the host drum this year is the horse, and the head singer, Shannon Leroy. They're going to share a clip here at this time to share a little bit with you. So anytime you're ready, we're going to kick it on over to Shannon Leroy, the horse drum group. Take it away.
Three, two.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's give a virtual round of applause. Shannon Leroy, the horse drum group, our host Southern Drum. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to call upon each and every one of you that are tuning in live and that may be watching this at another time. We ask that if we could ask you to be entered into the drawing for the Star Quilt, the grand prize, as well as other great prizes that will be given out. We rely on your help. We're going to ask you in the chat, for those of you that are live in the live stream, look at the bottom of the chat. The Metropolitan Community College posted a link, www.mccneb.edu /powwow/eval. So you can go to that, and then once you complete that, that you will be entered into the drawing for the quilt as well as the other prizes. So please, friends and relatives, ladies and gentlemen, if you've enjoyed this day and this broadcast thus far, please go on and complete this evaluation, as it helps the celebration continue into the future, helps us to make sure that we cover what the people want and need and what the culture needs to continue forth. So please go complete the eval. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go on over here to the study circle, medicinal herbs. Megan Schnitger, Bolbear, Sichangu, Lakota, Oyate. So ladies and gentlemen, you're in for a treat. Here we go. Megan, anytime you're ready, take us into the study circle. You're on the air.
How Madakiapi, Chante Washte Nape Chuyuja Biksto, Tawapa Otawi Imachiapi. Hello, my relatives. I greet you with a good heart and a handshake. My name is Minnie Warbonnet's Woman. My given name is Megan Lynn Schnitker, and my maiden name is Bolbear. My dad comes from the Kiaksa band of Bolbear, and he is the hereditary chief, Bolbear. And my mom is Rosebud. She has a hereditary leader on her side as well, Chief Cane Milk. And so I come from a long line of leaders, and I also come from my mom's dad came over on a boat when he was 2 years old. And so I am also part Norwegian. And so I celebrate all my cultures. At Christmas, we have lutefisk and lefse. And the rest of the year, we go to powwows when there's not a world pandemic going on. We also practice our culture at home. We smudge every day. We speak Lakota as much as we can. I am still learning. I am not a fluent speaker at all. But what I have been doing for a majority of my life, I have been hugely fascinated by plants, the plants that grow all around us. And so when I was learning our culture in my early adulthood, I found out that there was a huge lacking of teachings of plants. There's millions of plants all around us throughout the warm season, and there wasn't a lot of teachings and history about all the plants that were around us. There was more than just sage, there was more than just bitterroot, more than just the common plants that were in these stories, and all these plants had to have a purpose. Because we couldn't eat just buffalo meat. That wasn't, in my head. We couldn't just survive off of just buffalo meat or just deer or just rabbit. And we could, we used more than just chayaka. We used more than just bitterroot. We used more than, just these common plants that you think of. And so I started asking all of my elders about stories about plants. And that's where a majority of my history and my teachings come from about plants is from my elders. When I first started learning, I learned from my Uncle Neil, growing up on my grandma's farm, because we played outside all the time as kids, out living on the farm in the middle of nowhere, South Dakota. And so we jumped hay bales, we played in the creek, we rode horses, we were out in the pasture all the time. We got in trouble all the time for chasing turkeys. And so we were outside every day, all day, every day. And so when we would fall and get hurt, my Uncle Neil would be like, come over with a plant or a leaf, and he'd put it on our cuts or our burns. And he'd also show us plants that we could eat. And so he showed us all different kinds of plants to eat. That some that tasted like lemons, and some that were had a sweet taste to them. And so he also showed us berries that we could eat. And so that was just the beginnings of my teaching as a young child. I was probably 4, 5, 6 years old when he first started teaching me, and then from there I started questioning and asking all kinds of questions about plants. And so that was kind of a thing for me. I always spent time outside, and I always found different kinds of mushrooms growing on trees and wondered what that was for. And so when I met my great grandma, I was around 8, 9 years old. And the first story that she told me when I met her was that she needed her medicine and her chest hurt. And there was no other, when I met her, I was standing in her bedroom with her, and she was sitting on her bed, and it was in the middle of summer, and it was hot, and she had a fan going, and she just kept saying that her chest hurt, and she wanted me to go get her medicine. And I said, okay, where's it at, Grandma? And she's thinking she was going to tell me somewhere in a cupboard somewhere, and she said, it's outside. And I said, okay. Completely confused as to what she was meaning, because English was not her first language. She was a Lakota speaker, and so I was working really hard to try and understand her, because my first language is English, unfortunately. And so I was working really hard at trying to understand her, and I started really listening to her, and she kept telling me that, her medicine's outside, and she was trying to describe this plant to me. And so I felt incredibly sad and lost at that moment, because I didn't understand her, and I wanted to, and I really, really wanted to. And so the next few times that we went and saw her, she told me stories about plants as best she could. And she started telling me about different stories about plants that her great-grandma told her and her grandma told her. And so listening to that and absorbing that is where, that sparked my interest. And then I decided to be young and dumb for a while. And at 22, when I got sober, I absorbed as much culture as I could, because I found out that, me trying to live my life putting me in charge of my own life led me to getting into trouble and needing to get sober. And so when I found the power to stay sober, I found it through my culture. And so I dove headfirst into that, and I started learning as much as I could everywhere and absorbing all the stories, asking questions, and trying to become a teacher myself, because I wanted to teach youth the culture that we love, and the culture that we have. It's fractioned, and we're missing huge bits and pieces of it everywhere because we weren't allowed to practice our culture for quite a while. And so it's one of my things that I feel like I'm doing a disservice to my own children because I'm not a fluent speaker of our own language. And so I do my best to teach my kids our language and make sure that they grow up knowing our history and our stories. And the other thing that was missing throughout all of this was the stories of the plants. And so I listened here and there, and I heard stories about little snippets here and there about stories. And so a huge chunk of it, I had to do a lot of research on my own, and I listened, and I listened to the stories, and then I found books, lots and lots and lots and lots of books that helped me put all the pieces together. And then I started, going out and learning how to identify these plants by myself, because I didn't have anyone to show me. I really didn't have anyone to show me. I knew what I had from my uncle, but that was a really small amount because there's millions of plants outside, and so I needed really to learn how to identify plants by myself, and it was really tough. But I did it, and then I took one class called Lakota Botany at Santa Iglesias University in Mission, and Sarah, I'm spacing out her last name, but Sarah had put together a curriculum and was trying to teach people, and I was her only student. And so I worked really hard trying to learn the traditional uses and how to identify plants. And, she helped me out a huge chunk. And from there, I was like, there's more than just these 10 plants that she's trying to teach me. There's trees, there's berries, there's roots, there's everything out here during the growing season. And so I really started listening, and I started listening to not only to myself but to everyone else. And I was just like, I need to fill these holes, I need to fill these gaps. And during that research, I found out that Indigenous people, mainly Lakota Dakota people, is where my knowledge comes from. That most of our diet, 80 to 90% of our diet, was plants. And so we had to know what all of these plants outside did for us, every use for them. And then I found out that we used to follow the oak tree, because when you cut a young branch, there's a star inside of that branch, and that's where our medicine is. And then I also discovered that we used to wild tend, and that's it's not a new concept, this wild tending. What we used to do throughout the growing season was gather all these seeds. We would gather seeds, and in the fall we would do a controlled burn of an area that was overgrown with plants that weren't as medicinal or not as nutritious as we needed. And so we would do this controlled burn, and after the burn was done, we would go through with our seeds of food that, of medicines and plants that were really nutrient dense and really medicinal, and we would replant that area. So, and then we would go to winter camp, and when we came back, that area would be full of all the medicines and all the plants and all the foods that we had planted. And so that's called wild tending. Not necessarily really farming, definitely not farming that you would think of today. That's actually pretty dangerous to our ecosystem, because there's a lot of chemical use, there's a lot of ripping up of the land, there's a lot of clearing of trees, and when you use chemicals, you're getting rid of bugs that need to be there, you're getting rid of animals that need to be there, you're getting rid of thousands and millions of plants. Every single day we lose 200 plant species due to farming, pollution, and human development. And so I'm a huge advocate for people to stop spraying. If you can do one thing, that would be to advocate to stop using chemicals to spray. All these weeds have a purpose. They have a life and they have a spirit, and we need to respect that. Because as we have learned during this pandemic, the current systems in place that we rely on for food aren't really reliable. It doesn't take a whole lot to break that system. And so what we need to do is we need to go back to our indigenous roots and our indigenous ways of being one with the earth and respecting the earth. And so learning these plants is incredibly vital for our younger generations. And so I teach a lot of plant classes. I get asked to go to Shakopee. I get asked to go to South Dakota. It's been a while since I've been to Omaha, and I hope to come back to teach everything that I have learned to the younger generations and also to the adults, because I didn't have a whole lot of support from other adults when I was learning. Everyone, they would just kind of scoffed and looked at me like, why are you trying to learn about weeds? Those are just weeds. And so I was like, no, they have a purpose. They all have a purpose. And so I started learning about Rosemary Gladstar, who's she's kind of been coined the queen of herbalism, but she's a resource that I have used throughout my years. There's hundreds of other herbalists that I have learned from as well, but they didn't have the cultural stories. They didn't have the history that goes with these plants. They didn't have the original names of these plants. They had the Latin names, they had the scientific names, they had the English common names. They didn't have the original names and uses for these plants. And there's a lot of books out there that tell the comfrey is one plant. It's a pain reliever. It's a topical use for salves and plant medicines that you use on your skin, or you use for sorry, my nose itches. Anyway, comfrey's used in a lot of different topical treatments for things. And in America, it's actually illegal to use this plant for internal remedies, which is insane to me, because it does so many good things. It's a powerful medicine, and I'm not going to tell you how to use it because it's illegal and I don't want anybody to get in trouble. But it's a really good, powerful medicine, and all the books and even the laws tell you can't use this medicine. And that's just crazy to me. Why would a plant or a mushroom be illegal? It grows naturally. It really does grow absolutely naturally. It's everywhere. And I'm happy for the movement that they're trying to legalize marijuana and hemp, because it's a really medicinal plant. It's incredibly useful. It's more. You can get make tree. You can make paper out of it. You can make paper products out of it. You can make clothing out of it. And you wouldn't have to you wouldn't have to farm cotton, and you wouldn't have to take down trees to make paper. Hemp grows faster. And more, it's more prolific crop than trees and cotton. And I understand the history of how capitalism works, and capitalism and politics, and the disgustingness of that whole thing. But we are people of the earth, and everything that we need comes from the earth. And so I do and advocate for the earth as much as I can. In my home, we are as plastic free as possible. which drives my my in-laws and my parents crazy because I have 6 little girls and they want to buy them everything under the sun for Christmas and birthdays, and we say nope, nope, we don't want any more plastic in our house. No, we have more than enough plastic and we're trying to get rid of it, so please, no more plastic. And so that's just one step that we are trying to do in our home. The other thing is that we try and use as natural products and medicines as possible. And so I make all of our own soaps, I make all of our own salves, I make all of our own tinctures and tonics and medicines. And so I do all of that because it's a part of our culture, it's a part of our life. And then when I was a young adult and I was learning to be sober and I was in this journey to become or to get reconnected with my indigenous roots, I started reading labels at the grocery store and I started paying attention to what goes into my food and in these boxes that say that they're food. And I was grossed out that I couldn't pronounce these names that were printed in the ingredients list. And I said, this isn't food. What is this? This is preservatives. This is chemicals. And so I have been an extremely health conscious person for quite a while because, you know, a long time ago we didn't have diabetes. We didn't have, you know, arthritis. We didn't have all these crazy things, heart disease and things like that are wiping out our people. Diabetes wasn't a thing. We didn't have sugar. We had natural sugars that was already in the plants, the berries, the honey, all the things that we ate, that's things that the earth came from. And that's the kind of sugar that we had in our bodies. And all this processed sugar, it's making us sick. The last 150 years, we have been given enriched flour. We've been given processed sugars. We've been given all these preservatives and all these chemicals have been thrown at us, and we're not genetically capable of processing that, and that's why our people are so sick. We have so many illnesses, and our life expectancy is so low because we don't eat naturally. And like 150 years isn't really that long, and so to have obesity and diabetes and heart disease and all these terrible things constantly happening to our people, it's because of the amount of sugar and processed foods that we are putting into our diets. And so at the beginning of this summer, at the beginning of this pandemic, we were worried about being able to obtain meat, and so we bought pigs. So I'm a pig farmer. I have nothing to do with pigs. Let me put that out there. I don't know the first thing about raising pigs other than they eat table scraps and they go be pigs and they dig in the dirt and eat scraps, and they taste delicious. It's a little sad. I don't go visit the pigs because I get emotionally attached to animals really easy, and I'm hugely empathetic and I will bawl my brains out. So I went to enjoy my bacon and my pork roast without crying my eyes out because whatever. Anyway, so I am a pig farmer. We bought pigs. We butchered our own pigs, and then we have a giant garden, and we forage. And I can't, besides apples and bananas, because I have a soon-to-be 1-year-old. August 4th, she will be 1, and a 3-year-old that absolutely loves apples and bananas. Those are the only reasons we go to the grocery store. Otherwise, I make our own teas. We get our coffee through a fair trade, third-party verified organic source that we order online. And then we also have a few people that do make their own coffee around here. And so what we have done is we have taken our food sources, and instead of food from around the world, our food is from Mankato, where I'm from. And that's closed circuit, incredibly closed circuit. There's no preservatives in there. there's fresh foods, there's fresh vegetables, there's fresh fruits. And so we also know what plants we can go out and forage for different salads, or for different soups, or different stews, or for medicines, or for headache relief, for backaches, for upset stomach. We also have medicines to help out with nerve pain. I have my 3-year-old suffers from nerve pain, and so we have been doing everything we can to make sure that her diet is incredibly healthy. Of course, we're human. We go out to eat, and there's snacks. We love snacks, and so, but the main part of our diet is foraged. It's all from our yard, our garden. It's from our pigs. I don't remember the last time I had beef. It probably wouldn't taste good right now because of the closed circuit food that we have right now. You eat something from a restaurant and you can taste whether it came off a truck or if they actually local source their food. I went to a camp a few weeks ago, and they had boxed lunches, but then they also had sandwiches that were, that they made, and it was weird because I could taste the chemicals in the meat, the preservatives in the meat, and I didn't want to eat it no more. It tasted disgusting. And actually the food that we have, the food that we grow, the food that we forage, the food that we harvest, you don't need a lot of spices because the flavor is so amazing. And so, it's plants. It's all plants, and it's even the pigs, even our pigs, they eat plants. They eat amazingly healthy plants. And so, that's one of the things that I'm trying to get people interested in, is learning about all these different plants. And, had we done this in person, I would have taught you about all different kinds of plants, but this is virtual. So I'm hoping that I'm inspiring some of you to kind of seek me out, because I do online plant classes, and I'm hoping I'm sparking your interest to pay attention to what goes into your food. It's incredibly important to pay attention to labels. It's incredibly important to grow your own food. You can do container gardening. You can learn how to forage food for yourself. There's resources such as me. I do plant classes. But there's not just me. Don't learn from just me. Learn from other people. Ask your elders about plant stories. Ask your elders about their plant knowledge. They're an incredible resource, so please reach out.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends and relatives, welcome back as we go through. I want to say thank you to Megan for the medicinal herbs presentation here from the Sichahu Lakota Oyate. Next up, we're going to go here to Cheyenne and Tiana from the Kickapoo, Kansas Kickapoo, and the Muskogee Creek Nations. We thank you for sending in your videos in conjunction with the Facebook event here at the Metropolitan Community College Fort Omaha Intertribal Powwow Celebration. So here we go. We're going to go to a couple of dancers, Cheyenne and Tiana. Take it away, Hokahe. All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you, friends and relatives. Thank you to Cheyenne and Tiana for sending in that video of you dancing. It's brings good spirits and good health to people. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about that time. We want to just say thank you. On behalf of the Powwow Committee, we miss seeing everyone who comes to the powwow each and every year, from the tiny tots to the elders, from the neighbors down the street to guests traveling from afar. We appreciate the support and the educational institutions who send their students to explore the powwow, to attend the study circles or complete academic projects. For those natives who cannot travel to reservations, we are honored that you would look forward to this gathering annually, and thank everyone for their contributions. Thanks to those who have introduced your family members into the powwow arena at our site and honored us with a variety of special ceremonies. To all of you who have great expectations for our next visit in person at the 30th anniversary Fort Omaha Intertribal Powwow, it's September 2021. Please follow mccneb.edu/powwow for developing details. And I also want to pay recognition here to Barbara Velasquez, Jenny Milligan, Nate Tweedy, Sharon Lee, Steve Tamayo, Jason Lyons for all their help and working to make sure that this event happened. I want to give a shout out here to our arena director once again, Steve Tamayo, head man dancer Carlos Benali, head lady dancer Listina Saul Beltran, host Northern Drum Upstream Singers, the Southern Drum The Horse Singers. Also to our head Princess Judge Wea Edwards. The Princess Crown was created by Rebecca Schlichting as well. Thank you to Colette Yellow Robe, as well as Megan Schnitker Bullbear as well. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. We're going to go to Dr. Rudy Mitchell for a closing prayer, followed by the Retreat of Colors, and then stand by as we go into the closing credits. We have some great pictures of memories of the celebration through the years. So here we go, Dr. Rudy Mitchell.
Daddy Ho Wakanda, General Jesus, longer than Mati Daddy Ho, longer than Laia Daddy Ho, Wishti Sihitipa IT Daddy Ho, longer than Laia Daddy Ho. Father, as the hour comes to an end, Father, we ask that you would be with each and every one of us as we are going our four directions, Father, that you watch over us, protect us, guide us, and help us, Father. I not only pray for all of our Native American people, but I pray for our non-Indian people as well throughout the world, Father. We ask that you would help us during the many crises that we face, situations in the world, Father, that you guide us and help us to overcome these. Watch over us, Father, especially be with our elderly people and our little children who are precious in our Native American communities. Then, Father, we thank you for letting us come together to be fellowship together with one another and to guide us and help us as we depart in four directions. We ask this in your Son's name. Amen.
All right, we want to say thank you to Dr. Rudy Mitchell and the drum group and all the dancers and the people for coming out to help us close out the dance circle this year. And before we close things out this year, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a final dance. But we also want to say thank you to BNSF Railway Foundation, the Nebraska Arts Council, and Nebraska Cultural Endowment. The Nebraska Arts Council, a state agency, has supported this and these programs through its matching grants program funded by the Nebraska legislature, the National Endowment for the Arts, and the Nebraska Cultural Endowment. Visit www.nebraskaartscouncil.org for information on how the Nebraska Arts Council can assist your organization and how you can support the Nebraska Cultural Endowment. Ladies and gentlemen, as we come through, I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you. And as we come here to the final dance, we're going to go to Lestina Saul Beltran, class of 2017 Metropolitan Community College, as well as Sisseton Dakota, and the head lady dancer. We want to also go to Gabrielle Birea and Berea. And from Omaha, they are dancing with appropriate social distancing. And as you're going to see from a distance that our videographer gets a chance to focus in on Gabe and see that he is wearing a mask. And then you'll see they focus on Lestina, that you'll see a MMIWG handprint on her mask, and the singing and dance will abruptly stop, and each dancer will walk in the opposite directions of the arena in silence. This dance reminds us of why we are watching a virtual powwow, and it also connects with the Hear Our Voices theme. And so that's what we're going to be going into at this time, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, join us in person for the 30th anniversary of the Fort Omaha Intertribal Powwow in September 2021. Go to the mccnb.edu/powwow for details. Here we go. Take it away for the final dance, Lestina and Gabrielle.
Oh,